Does more than catch errors. With Grammarly, you can...
This video was made in collaboration with Narutopedia. If you'd like to learn more, check out the link in the description. Madara Uchiha was the legendary leader of the Uchiha clan. He founded Konohagakure alongside his childhood friend and rival, Hashirama Senju, with the intention of beginning an era of peace. When the two couldn't agree on how to achieve that peace, they fought for control of the village, a conflict which ended in Madara's death. Madara, however, rewrote his death and went into hiding to work on his own plans. Unable to complete it in his natural life, he entrusted his knowledge and plans to Obito Uchiha shortly before his actual death. Years later, Madara would be revived, only to see his plans foiled and ultimately and finally realizing the error of his ways and making amends with Hashirama before his final death. Welcome to the Amagi. In today's video, we're going over the life of Madara Uchiha. Before we begin, we publish a new video every day, so be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our children like themselves wouldn't need to fight. As a precaution, Madara and Hashirama did not divulge their family names, but nevertheless discovered each other's identities. Madara was an Uchiha, Hashirama was a Senju. It was their duty to kill each other, even if they were friends. Needing to choose between his family and his dreams of peace, Madara chose to end his friendship with Hashirama so he would have no reservations over killing him in the future, a resolve strong enough to awaken his Sharingan. Over the following years, Madara and Hashirama continued to meet in combat. Madara could never defeat Hashirama, even after acquiring a Mangekyo Sharingan, and Hashirama could never bring himself to kill someone he still considered a friend, resulting in a constant stalemate between the two that lasted decades. In time, both Madara and Hashirama became leaders of their respective clans, a position Hashirama tried to use to broker peace between them. Although some Uchiha found the offer increasingly tempting, Madara refused due to Izuna's death at the hands of Hashirama's younger brother, Tobirama. Despite this, some Uchiha defected over to the Senju clan out of self-preservation. Madara then used Izuna's eyes in order to gain eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and restore his deteriorating vision. With this new power, he waged one final assault against the Senju and was summarily defeated. Rather than kill Madara to bring the era of war to an end, Hashirama offered to kill himself if it would stop the fighting. Madara was moved by Hashirama's gesture and finally assented to peace. The Senju, the Uchiha, and all of their affiliated clans came together to found a village of peace, where children would never need to die in battle. Madara and Hashirama rekindled their childhood friendship, and Madara called that village Konohagakure, seeing it through leaves. But Madara's idea of peace differed from Hashirama's. Where Hashirama envisioned cooperation with the other newly formed villages, Madara desired control so the peace could never be lost, evidenced by his attacking of Iwagakure's Mu and Oonoki so that they could submit to Konoha's authority. When Hashirama was elected as Hokage, Konoha's leader, Madara also became concerned for the Uchiha's future, believing this to be but the first step in the Senju's dominance. The stone tablet had been in the Uchiha's possession for generations and was brought with them when they settled in Konoha. Through careful study, Madara was able to decipher enough of it to learn of the history of Shinobi, of the endless cycle of failed peace, and the destiny of battle between Uchiha and Senju, but also a means of unity for the world. With this knowledge, Madara decided Konoha was a failed experiment. He tried to convince his own clan and even Hashirama of the same conclusion, but none would hear him. Madara chose to abandon the village, returning with the nine-tailed demon fox under his control to challenge Hashirama. They fought to exhaustion, and from the carnage of their battle, the Valley of the End was formed. In the end, Madara was killed by Hashirama. News of Madara's death spread fast, and his corpse was secretly hidden to keep anyone from finding it and profiting from it. But Madara had planned ahead. He had scheduled in Izanagi to activate sometime after his death, changing reality to bring him back to life in exchange for his right eye's vision. He left a copy in his place of his real body, and went into hiding with a special trophy from his fight with Hashirama, a mouthful of Hashirama's flesh that he transplanted into his wounds. It was not until decades later, towards the end of Madara's natural life, that the cells had any effect, awakening the Rinnegan, in the process of restoring his right eye. With the Rinnegan, he was able to summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path, which he used to cultivate a mindless living clone of Hashirama from which he believed he had produced a white Zetsu army. Over the years, Madara had perfected his plans for peace in what he called the Eye of the Moon plan. But as his years waned, Madara knew he couldn't complete his plans in the time he had left. So he transplanted his Rinnegan into a young Nagato without the boys knowing, intending Nagato to someday use the eyes to restore Madara to life. If Nagato was to do that, however, Madara would need an agent to act on his behalf and guide Nagato towards this ultimate goal. So Madara waited, connecting himself to the demonic statue to keep him alive until someone could be found. Madara spent this time keeping a close eye on Konoha to find a suitable pawn to take his place. During the Third Shinobi War, Madara found a badly injured Obito Uchiha. Madara used Hashirama's cells to replace Obito's damaged extremities and placed a forbidden individual curse tag in Obito's heart as a failsafe in case Obito ever turned against it. Until then, Madara began working towards corrupting Obito. He had Kirigakure kidnap the girl Obito loved, Rin Nohara, and sealed the Three Tails into her. He then manipulated events so that Rin would die at the hands of Obito's friend, Kakashi, while Obito watched. Driven to despair, Obito offered his services to Madara. Madara divulged to Obito the history of the Sage of the Six Paths and the Ten Tails, the details of his Eye of the Moon plan, and various techniques that Obito would need moving forward. As a final act, he left behind Black Zetsu, what he believed to be a manifestation of his will, to provide additional guidance to Obito in pursuit of this goal. With that, Madara disconnected from the demonic statue, and with his dying breath, entrusted Obito with his name, Madara Uchiha. Tobi, or Obito, acting under Madara's name, moves into the final stages of the Eye of the Moon plan by initiating a fourth Shinobi World War. Before the wars start, Kabuto Yakushi approaches Tobi to try and form an alliance. When Tobi asks what will happen if he refuses, Kabuto resurrects Madara to show he knows that Tobi is not the true Madara and forces him to accept. Tobi reluctantly agrees, and Kabuto de-summons Madara. The Fourth Shinobi World War Climax. During the Fourth Shinobi World War, Kabuto decides to use Madara against the allied shinobi forces and uses Mu as a medium to summon him to the battlefield. When he first becomes aware of his surroundings, Madara believes he has been brought back by Nagato's outer path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, but soon realizes that he instead has been brought back with the Impure World reincarnation. Kabuto speaks through Mu, introduces himself, and explains recent developments in the world and Tobi's current actions. After Kabuto points out that he has restored Madara to a state beyond his prime, Madara tests his body by tearing through the 4th Division, thinning its numbers. The 4th Division's initial attempts to stop Madara fail as he protects himself with Susanoo. With the 5th Kazekage, 3rd Tsuchikage, and one of Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clones' combined efforts, Madara is forced to activate his Rinnegan and absorb the attack. Realizing his enemies were too dangerous for him to hold back with ninjutsu and taijutsu, Madara pulls down a meteorite from the atmosphere. When the Kazekage and Tsuchikage successfully stop it, Madara adds a second meteorite to his attack, both of which fall upon and devastate the 4th Division. With most of the 4th Division dead, Madara questions Kabuto about just how far off plan Tobi has gone. Because Kabuto doesn't actually know much about the plan, Madara is left to check things for himself and tries to summon the Nine Tails, only to discover that it's sealed in a Jinchuriki, specifically Naruto. Despite knowing the current Naruto was a clone, he decided to delay his plans to test out his new powers, namely the wood release Nativity of Trees, which Naruto's clone barely countered. He then moves in to finish off the remainder of the 4th division, but is repelled by the arrival of the 5th Hokage, the 5th Mizukage, and the 5th Raikage. The 5 Kage combine forces against Madara and propel him from the immediate area. By the time Madara returns, Naruto's shadow clone is gone and the 5 Kage remain his only opponents. They battle for some time, with Madara equaling and besting Kage's efforts. When he's hit with the Tsuchikage's dust release detachment of the primitive world technique, Madara's armor is torn away, revealing the implant of Hashirama's face on his chest. What? Madara laments Hashirama's legacy that these Kage have inherited, having been completely unimpressed by their attacks, particularly those of the Hokage, Hashirama's granddaughter. Madara then creates 25 copies of himself and has them each activate their Susanoo. By nightfall, the Kage are still alive and are able to pool their efforts so successfully that he is nearly sealed. Finally impressed by their display, Madara responds by summoning his perfected Susanoo. Before he can use it to kill the Kage, his Susanoo starts to fade and Madara is engulfed in light. Madara realizes that Kabuto has elsewhere released him from the impure world reincarnation and his soul is returning to the afterlife. Madara responds by performing the hand seals to rescind the impure world reincarnation contract that Kabuto has over him, enabling him to return to his immortal body without further interference from a summoner. Now able to do whatever he likes, and bored by the Kage, Madara decides to go find Naruto and reclaim the Nine Tails. The Kage, rightfully so, try to block his escape, probably to no avail. After defeating the 5 Kage, Madara finds and reunites with Obito while he's engaged in combat with Naruto, Killer Bee, Kakashi, and Might Guy. Madara notices the demonic statue undergoing a premature transformation into the Ten Tails and scolds Obito for being too hasty. After Obito returns Madara's gunbai, Madara creates a wood dragon in an attempt to capture Naruto and Killer Bee and complete the Ten Tails. He at one point manages to restrain and drain Bee of his energy, but is overwhelmed by Guy's daytime tiger. The Ten Tails is revived before he can recover, forcing Madara to make do. He and Obito leap onto the Ten Tails' head and connect themselves to it, granting them control of its actions. Their 4 opponents put up a resistance but are no match for the Ten Tails' power. However, before the Ten Tails can finish them off, the combined allied shinobi forces arrive to join the fight, deflecting the Ten Tails' attack. The allies join forces to immobilize the Ten Tails, making it an easy target. The Ten Tails undergoes a new transformation before their attacks can connect, freeing it and letting it block the incoming attacks. Though the immediate problem is solved, Madara realizes there's another issue. The allies are being coordinated too effectively. He and Obito direct the Ten Tails to attack the distant allied HQ, something that takes several tail beastmen due to their lack of control, which Madara attributes to Obito's failure to revive him correctly. Yeah, Obito, you failure. Although the allies' quote-unquote brain is killed, the allies are given one final battle plan in the time it takes the Ten Tails to hit its target. Obito and Madara try to thin their allies' numbers before they can get into position and, when that fails, block against the oncoming attack, but the combined forces manage to break through and separate Obito and Madara from the Ten Tails. With the Ten Tails now out of their control, they must fight the alliance directly. Obito eventually disappears to the other dimension, forcing Madara to fend for himself. During Obito's absence, Madara senses that Hashirama has elsewhere been brought back to life. Excited at the prospect of fighting his rival again, Madara eagerly awaits his rival. When Hashirama eventually arrives, Hashirama sends only a wood clone to face him, being too busy restraining the Ten Tails. Yo, I love how Hashirama's like, you're not worth my time, here's a sculpture of myself to fight against. You know how like pissed Madara must have been? Oh my god. Madara decides to sit out of the fight until the real Hashirama is ready. When the wood clone persists, Madara easily defeats it. He later senses Obito's return to the battlefield and decides to make use of one of his failsafes, activating black receivers planted in Obito to force him to finally revive Madara. Obito resists, and instead seals the Ten Tails into himself. Though he's frustrated by this setback, Hashirama is no longer preoccupied, so Madara forces him into a fight. As their battle rages, Hashirama tries to convince Madara to postpone, but Madara repeatedly refuses. Nevertheless, he keeps track of Obito's progress and growing control of the Ten Tails' power. After Obito's defeat, Madara is restrained by Hashirama's wood dragons and the Alliance moves in to seal him. With Obito no longer the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Madara puts another failsafe into effect, Black Zetsu. Having been in contact with it since his initial reincarnation, Madara orders Black Zetsu to take control of Obito's body and use the Outer Path Samsara of Heavenly Life technique. Restored to life, Madara is able to make use of his modified body's full power, to which he breaks free of his restraints. Having died with his real eyes intact and removed from his body, Madara's reincarnated eyes crumble to nothing. Sasuke attempts to burn Madara with Amaterasu, while Naruto reminds Sasuke that Madara can absorb ninjutsu. Madara, however, had to discard his armor that was burnt by the flames. To compensate for his blindness, he immobilizes Hashirama with black receivers and absorbs his Senjutsu chakra, enhancing his sensory skills enough to perceive his enemies and their attacks without the need of sight. He is once again attacked by Sasuke, but instructs Sasuke to stay out of his way since he doesn't want to kill his own clansmen. Madara goes after the freed tail beast so that he can revive the Ten Tails once more. He attempts to take on all 9 at once, failing and losing his right arm in the process. While he regroups, a white Zetsu clone brings him one of the Rinnegan that Obito kept in storage. Madara takes this and one of the Zetsu's arms, allowing him to start round 2. He summons the demonic statue from Obito's body and uses Limbo, border jail, to repel the 9 beasts. Before they can recover, he seals all of them into the demonic statue, including those sealed in Naruto and B. While the statue undergoes its transformation into the Ten Tails again, Madara asks the Zetsu clone how Black Zetsu is faring with taking his remaining Rinnegan back from Obito. Tobirama Senju, having been reincarnated alongside Hashirama, attacks Madara immediately afterwards, but is restrained after failing to deal any damage. Sasuke also attacks Madara, but is immobilized in mid-air. Having already warned Sasuke once, Madara turns Sasuke's own sword against him and stabs him in the chest. With nobody left to pleased with himself, Madara sets off to regain his other Rinnegan. Along the way, he spits out the Benihisago and Kohaku no Johei, both of which were used by Obito as part of his premature revival method. Madara tries to reason with Obito, reminding him of all they planned and insisting on the impending effectiveness of the Eye of the Moon plan. Rather than be convinced, Obito stabs Madara and manages to steal fragments of the One Tails and 8 Tails chakra from him before using Kamui to escape with Naruto. Yo, this dude was just like, fuck your plan, gotcha! While Madara contemplates his next move, he is confronted by Might Guy, a master of taijutsu, which is one of the only effective attacks against Madara in his new form. Guy opens all 8 gates and hits Madara with the Evening Elephant. Madara is taken by surprise and tries to defend himself, but other allied shinobi are able to reduce him to a single truth-seeking ball, leaving him wide open. Madara is thrilled at the prospect of such a challenging fight and is visibly battered but not beaten, forcing Guy to use Night Guy. Madara is nearly killed by the attack, which obliterates the entire left side of his body. Thanking Guy for giving him such an entertaining battle and acknowledging him as a worthy opponent, Madara decides to show him the ultimate respect by killing him instead of letting him succumb to his injuries. However, the truth-seeking ball that Madara launches at Guy is kicked back at him by a revived Naruto, whom Madara notes has somehow gained powers similar to his own. Naruto sends Madara crashing through the recreation of the Ten Tails in its giant tree form, a remnant of Obito's earlier battle. A voice speaks to Madara, telling him to absorb it. Madara does so and becomes stronger, but is met with a new problem. Sasuke, also healed from his injuries, has joined forces with Naruto and is also in possession of new abilities. Despite Madara's efforts, he can do nothing against them. Knowing he needs his other Rinnegan if he's to end the fight, Madara steals Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan and uses it to go after Obito. He stops Sakura from destroying the Rinnegan, to which Obito responds by sending her back to the real world before Madara can kill her. However, Obito himself is too weak to fight back. To get Obito's He also reveals his role in the death of Rin, in doing so admitting that he's been manipulating Obito from the start. With that, Madara takes back his Rinnegan, returning to Obito his left Mangekyo Sharingan. Black Zetsu uses Obito's body to perform Kamui and return them to the real world. Naruto and Sasuke move to attack him as soon as Madara appears, so Madara delays them with multiple Chibaku's Tensei. Madara gains proximity to the moon, awakening the Rinne Sharingan in the process, and succeeds in casting the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes. The entire world is trapped in a dream, and then wrapped into Madara's god nativity of a world of trees. Sasuke is able to save Naruto, Kakashi, and Sakura from the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Seeing them, Madara announces himself the world's savior, one who has saved the world from itself by replacing the hells of reality with the heavens of dreams. While he's proclaiming his victory, Black Zetsu stabs him in the back. Oh my god, yo, Black Zetsu. There's so much backstabbing in this show. Black Zetsu reveals that it is not Madara's will, but Kaguya Otsutsuki's, and that he has taken advantage of him in order to bring about her revival. Black Zetsu transfers from Obito's body to Madara's, completely covering him and forcing him to start absorbing the chakra of those trapped in the Infinite Tsukuyomi. After dramatically increasing in size, Madara shrinks down until the revived Kaguya is revealed in his stead. Naruto and Sasuke eventually seal Kaguya in her own dimension, along with Black Zetsu, at which point she reverts into the Ten Tails and spits out Madara. The Sage of the Six Paths summons Madara and everyone else back to the real world, but he can do nothing to save Madara from his approaching death as a result of having both the tail beasts and his body. Madara uses his remaining time speaking to Hashirama, noting that his own dream for peace has died while Hashirama's lives on, and therefore was apparently the better of the two. Hashirama replies that they are still friends despite everything, to which Madara agrees as he dies.
Did you enjoy the video? Be sure to tell us in the comments. And make sure to subscribe. And check out these other great videos from the Amagi. If you'd like to support me, you can also subscribe to my personal channel. See you guys tomorrow.
This video was made in collaboration with Naruto being praised as the best of his generation. After 4 months, his teachers unanimously agreed to let him take the graduation exam early due to Itachi being more than advanced enough for Genin level, which he passed later that month. During this time, he began seriously studying the history of the world, gaining a great appreciation for it. On the day he graduated as the youngest post-war graduate, he was approached by Danzo Shimura, who assessed Itachi's thinking. Joining Team 2, Itachi went on to honing his skills to Chunin level, leading to him drawing the attention of Konoha's leaders. Meeting his criteria, Fugaku allowed him to sit in on clan meetings in the Naga Shrine basement. Nearly a year since graduating, Itachi had mastered ninjutsu to the extent his missions went too easy, though Yuki Minazuki didn't recommend him for the Chunin exams. After turning 8, as Team 2's Genin had distinguished themselves the most during the year, they were tasked with guarding the Fire Daimyo during his annual trip to Konoha. During the mission, the convoy was attacked by a masked individual, who killed Tenma Izumo before Itachi, resulting in him awakening his Sharingan, which he mastered at the same age. At age 10, Konoha officials allowed Itachi to compete in the Chunin exams by himself, which he passed obviously, and became a Chunin. At age 11, he entered the Anbu, which is like the secret police. Itachi's accomplishments were a source of great pride for his family, his father viewing him as proof of the Uchiha's future prosperity, and his brother viewing him as a model to live up to. Itachi spent a great deal of his time with Sasuke, training with him, though rarely actually training him, and giving him the recognition their father did not. However, for all the attention, he truly understood Itachi, believing his isolation to be a result of his abilities and not his dissatisfaction with the shinobi's life of conflict. Eventually, the Uchiha's disdain for their unfair treatment led them to plan a coup d'etat. Fugaku, head of the Uchiha and the coup's chief conspirator, encouraged Itachi's advancement into the Anbu's ranks as a means of spying on the village. Itachi, however, knew an Uchiha coup would lead to intervention from other villages and would ultimately start another world war, something he could not support. He instead became a double agent, reporting the Uchiha's actions to the third Hokage and the Konoha Council, in the hopes it would help them find a peaceful resolution. Itachi shared the burden of betraying his clan with Shisui, but as time went on, it became increasingly clear that peace could not be achieved. Shisui intended to use his Koto Amatsukami on the Uchiha's leaders to compel them to negotiate, but his right eye was stolen by Danzo before he had the chance. His own options exhausted, Shisui entrusted his remaining eye to Itachi and begged him to protect the village and their family name, before drowning himself in the Naka River. Itachi was anguished by Shisui's death, enough to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan. The following day, some Uchiha, already suspicious of Itachi, accused him of murdering Shisui and staging a suicide. Itachi lost his composure and attacked them, defeating them easily. A rift was created between Itachi and his family, and his warnings to them to reconsider what they were doing fell on deaf ears. At age 12, he was promoted to army captain, with his publicly disclosed promotion age being 13 due to Danzo's request and Hiruzen's acceptance. Although the third Hokage still wished to negotiate with the Uchiha, Danzo recognized that there was no longer an outcome that could see the Uchiha clan's survival. He explained this to Itachi and left him a choice: support the Uchiha's coup and have the whole clan, including Sasuke, killed in the ensuing conflict, or accept the assignment to wipe out the clan before the coup started and be allowed to spare Sasuke. Itachi chose his brother. Despite having his choice, Itachi was tormented by guilt, especially with the knowledge that Shisui would most likely have to destroy the clan. However, remembering the virgin's father's in his life, he resolved to continue the attack. While making final preparations, Itachi discovered a masked man sneaking around Konoha. From observing him, he came to believe that he was truly not Uchiha, bent on provoking some new conflict. Itachi approached him with an offer. He would assist quote-unquote Madara with wiping out the Uchiha, taking vengeance against them if Madara would spare the village, to which he agreed. In one night, Itachi and Madara, which is Tobi, slaughtered the entire clan. Itachi took it upon himself to personally execute his plans. Despite his betrayal, they bore him no ill will, instead telling him in the moments before they were killed that they were proud of him and requesting that he take care of Sasuke. Racked by grief for his actions, Itachi saw in Sasuke the only person suitable to punish him for his crimes. In order to set Sasuke on this road, he cast himself as the villain, done by allowing Sasuke to find him standing over their parents' bodies, and using Tsukuyomi to torment him with visions of the murders. Sasuke fled, fearing his own death, but Itachi chased him down to divulge the lie that he had concocted. He killed their family to test his mettle, and now wanted to test himself against the only remaining challenge to him, the little brother that he never loved. He encouraged Sasuke to become strong enough to kill and take revenge, and to that end suggested he acquire a Mangekyo Sharingan of his own. Itachi left, but was surprised to find Sasuke already pursuing his newly awakened Sharingan. Sasuke's attempt at failed and he passed out, but not before seeing Itachi cry with remorse. Afterwards, he disguised the Crow clone as a member of Root to threaten Danzo that he would leak Konoha's secrets to enemy villages if he touched Sasuke, having realized Danzo could not be trusted to keep his promises. For his final business in the village, Itachi visited the third Hokage and reported his mission completed, much to the third's surprise and disappointment. Itachi requested that the third look after Sasuke, which the third vowed to do. Itachi left the village publicly as a traitor, but secretly with a new mission: to infiltrate Tobi's organization, Akatsuki, and keep it from moving against Konoha. In the anime, at some point after joining Akatsuki, he was initially partnered up with Juzo Biwa. While growing accustomed to his new setting and working well with his partner, the duo was eventually given a mission in the Land of Water. After completing it, they were ambushed by a hunter nin squad led by Yagura. While initially pressed by the perfect Jinchuriki, Itachi was able to defeat him with Amaterasu, but not before Juzo was slain. Sometime later, Orochimaru tried to steal Itachi's body in order to gain the Sharingan, but Itachi easily overpowered him, trapping him inside a paralysis genjutsu and severing his left hand to prevent him from dispelling it. In the anime, Itachi expressed his disgust at Orochimaru for his inhumane experiments and was about to kill him until Kabuto came to the rescue. Later, Itachi was partnered with Kisame Hoshigaki, with whom he bonded over their shared notoriety for killing their own countrymen. To find a replacement for Orochimaru, Itachi helped recruit Deidara, whose art he defeated with his Sharingan's Genjutsu. Deidara would forever after swear vengeance for the humiliating defeat. In the anime, Itachi also aided in the recruitment of Hidan. Pain eventually caught wind of Orochimaru's attempt to destroy Konoha and requested a team to investigate, which Itachi immediately volunteered for out of concern for Sasuke's safety. At some point, Itachi contracted a terminal illness. He kept himself alive through the years with medicine and sheer willpower, so that he could live long enough to die by Sasuke's hands. The search for Tsunade. After the Konoha Crush and the death of the third Hokage, Itachi and Kisame use Itachi's prior experience as an Anri to infiltrate the village undetected. They are nevertheless noticed by Kakashi, who sends Asuma and Kurenai after them to determine their identities and purpose. Itachi and Kisame lead them to an isolated location and reveal themselves. Asuma and Kurenai engage them but pose little challenge, and it's only due to the timely arrival of Kakashi that they are saved. Itachi and Kakashi duel with their Sharingan, but Itachi quickly proves to be the superior and uses Tsukiyomi to render Kakashi helpless, but is surprised that Kakashi not only remains standing afterwards, but that he knows that they and Akatsuki are seeking the Nine Tails. Itachi instructs Kisame to capture Kakashi to find out what else he knows and kill the others, but Kisame is parried by Might Guy. With things escalating, Itachi and Kisame decide to withdraw. After confirming Sasuke's safety, Itachi pretended to pursue Naruto to covertly let Konoha know about Akatsuki's goals. Itachi and Kisame track the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto, to Shukuba Town. Because Naruto is under the protection of Jiraiya, Itachi uses a genjutsu on an attractive woman to draw Jiraiya away. They confront Naruto and contemplate how to apprehend him. Before they can make a decision, they are interrupted by Sasuke, who heard about Itachi's return and attacks him with Chidori. Itachi easily deflects it and then breaks Sasuke's wrist, but Jiraiya returns with vengeance to go further. Not wishing to get drawn into a fight with Jiraiya, Itachi effortlessly overpowers Sasuke, taunts Sasuke's weakness, incapacitates him with Tsukiyomi, and then makes his escape. Jiraiya attempts to stop them with summoning Toadmouth Bind, but Itachi uses Amaterasu so he and Kisame can break through. Despite his seeming intentions to capture Naruto, Itachi's only real reason for returning to Konoha were to, in the wake of the Third's death, remind Danzo Shimura and the rest of the Konoha Council that he was still out there, and that they should not do anything to harm Sasuke. Sasuke Recovery Mission. Itachi and the rest of the Akatsuki assemble to discuss the progress of their plans, as well as Sasuke's recent alliance with Orochimaru. Kazekage Rescue Mission. While sealing the One Tail, Akatsuki learns that Konoha Ninja are converging on their location. Just as Kisame volunteers to delay Team Guy, Itachi volunteers to delay Team 7. Nagato uses his shape-shifting technique to make a body double of Itachi that he controls remotely, which he uses to intercept Team 7. Team 7 coordinates against him, and Itachi is impressed by Naruto's growth, but he still manages to catch him in a genjutsu. He torments Naruto for his failures to protect his friends, specifically Sasuke, until the genjutsu is broken by Naruto's teammates. Itachi, his body double not having his full power, is eventually defeated by Naruto's Big Ball Rasengan. He nevertheless succeeds in buying enough time to complete the One Tail's sealing. Itachi Pursuit Mission. After Kisame captures the Four Tails, Akatsuki convenes to seal it. Before the sealing gets underway, they are informed that Sasuke has killed Orochimaru after 2.5 years of training with him, and is now coming after Itachi. Deidara and Tobi go after Sasuke following the Four Tails sealing, and Akatsuki later receives reports that all three have been killed. Kisame consoles Itachi afterwards for now being the last Uchiha, but he replies that Sasuke is still alive. Even had he died, he says there is still another Uchiha, alluding to Tobi's survival as well. Tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. Knowing that his end is near, Itachi sends a shadow clone to find and meet with Naruto. When Naruto attacks him, Itachi insists he only wants to talk. He asks Naruto what Sasuke means to him, and what he will do if Sasuke moves against Konoha. Naruto replies that he's Sasuke's brother, a better brother than Itachi is, and that if Sasuke ever attacks the village, he will defend it without killing Sasuke. Itachi's happy with this answer and gives Naruto some assistance for this purpose, a special crow that stores within Naruto's body. He doesn't tell Naruto the crow's purpose, but the crow, implanted with Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan, will react to seeing Itachi's eyes and compel whoever has the eyes to protect Konoha. Since he expects Sasuke will take his eyes at some point if he awakens Mangekyo Sharingan, and by extension learn the truth, the plan is for the crow to re-establish Sasuke's loyalties to the village after Itachi is dead. Having business elsewhere, the Shadow Clone disperses. Another Shadow Clone allows Sasuke to track him to one of Itachi's lairs. Sasuke attacks him, displaying the new abilities he's learned, and in doing so convinces Itachi that he's gotten strong enough. The Shadow Clone arranges to meet with Sasuke at the Uchiha hideout before it disappears. While Itachi waits for Sasuke, he has Kisame patrol the hideout's perimeter and permit nobody but Sasuke to enter. Fated battle between brothers. When Sasuke arrives, they start by trading genjutsu. At Sasuke's request, Itachi tells him about Tobi, who also goes by Madara, as well as the mysteries of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the even more powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi expresses his disappointment that Sasuke has not gained his own Mangekyo, but says he can use Sasuke's eyes to gain an eternal Mangekyo all the same. The genjutsu exchange ends when Sasuke breaks free of Itachi's Shinobi, thus beginning the real fight. The volleys of ninjutsu quickly spill outside, where Sasuke and Itachi compare their great fireballs. When Sasuke starts to pull ahead, Itachi uses Amaterasu. While trying to hit Sasuke, he ends up igniting the surrounding forest, but does finally manage to catch Sasuke. Sasuke sheds his skin to escape the flames and performs multiple fire release Great Dragon Fire techniques while Itachi is off guard. Itachi avoids them, but Sasuke informs him that Itachi wasn't his target. After Sasuke's attack, storm clouds gather and lightning brews, allowing Sasuke to attack Itachi with Kirin. Although the hideout is destroyed, Itachi survives thanks to his Susanoo. With his Susanoo active, Itachi approaches Sasuke. Having used all his chakra to perform Kirin, Sasuke activates his cursed seal of heaven, and out of desperation to defeat Itachi, unleashes Orochimaru. Orochimaru springs from Sasuke's body using the 8 branches technique, and states his intention to finally take Sasuke's body for his own. Itachi, having prolonged the battle in order to draw Orochimaru out, pierces him with Susanoo's Sword of Totsuka, sealing Orochimaru away and removing Sasuke's cursed seal. Itachi resumes his approach, telling Sasuke his resolution to now take his eyes, and Sasuke makes futile attempts to keep him away. Susanoo continues to protect Itachi, but it degrades as he labors near, and Itachi starts coughing up blood. Itachi began approaching Sasuke, claiming he wanted Sasuke's eyes. When he finally reaches Sasuke, Itachi appears to grab for his eyes, but instead only pokes his forehead. The poke seals Amaterasu in Sasuke's eyes, set to activate against Tobi's Sharingan in order to protect Sasuke from him. In a similar manner to how he described death to Kisame, Itachi died in a similar manner. Unable to maintain his disguise and wanting Sasuke's eyes, he genuinely smiles and apologizes to Sasuke and says this is the end, before succumbing to his disease and falling dead with a smile on his face. Power. In the anime, Kabuto Yakushi reincarnates Itachi to be used against Team 7. The summon fails almost immediately afterwards, causing Kabuto to wonder if the Impure World reincarnation was still incomplete. 4th Shinobi World War. Countdown. When the 4th Shinobi World War looms, Kabuto approaches Tobi, who survived the implanted Amaterasu, offering to join forces. To that end, he reincarnates Itachi and 4 other dead members of Akatsuki as offerings for Tobi's war plans. 4th Shinobi World War Confrontation. When the 4th Shinobi World War begins, Itachi is mobilized with the rest of Kabuto's collection of reincarnated ninja. Itachi is paired with Nagato, who he carries because of Nagato's damaged legs. They discuss Akatsuki and how little they, particularly Nagato, actually knew about the organization. Both were only pawns kept by Tobi because of their dojutsu, and now they've been revived so Kabuto can use them for the same reason. Itachi and Nagato are found by Naruto and Killer Bee. Itachi learns several things as Kabuto forces him to fight them. Naruto's Ninetales chakra mode indicates he's finally gained control of the Ninetales. B's use of Samahada is proof Kisame is dead. Naruto tells him that Sasuke now works with Akatsuki to destroy Konoha due to having been told the truth of the Uchiha clan downfall by Tobi, much to Itachi's horror and dismay. Itachi and Nagato continue attacking but give advice to Naruto and B about how to evade them. When he has an opening, Itachi calls out the crow he planted in Naruto before his death and allows it to use its genjutsu on him, overriding Kabuto's control with its pre-programmed mission to protect Konoha. Now free to do his wishes, Itachi joins Naruto and B against Nagato, using Amaterasu on him and Itachi continues to eliminate Nagato's summons and also saves Nagato uses Chibaku Tensei to try and restrain them, and they join forces to destroy them. Itachi stabs Nagato with the sword of Totsuka before the dust settles. Itachi then decides to personally take care of Kabuto. Before leaving, he destroys the crow and Shisui's eye with Amaterasu so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands, and it trusts Sasuke. Fourth Shinobi World War Climax. Nagato had been able to locate Kabuto's location while they were together, and Itachi now moves on a direct course there. He inadvertently crosses paths with Sasuke along the way. Feeling he's unworthy of Sasuke, Itachi tries to avoid him and when Sasuke persists, Itachi admits that he knew about manipulating Sasuke along a path that he wanted, which has put Sasuke in the worst position that he ever intended. As they near Kabuto's lair, Itachi tries one last time to shake him, only to be disappointed when Sasuke joins him shortly after he confronts Kabuto. Sasuke moves to kill Kabuto, but is blocked by Itachi, who explains that Kabuto must be kept alive if the impure world reincarnation is to be broken. Sasuke offers to help on the condition that Itachi will finally talk to him afterwards. Itachi agrees. Kabuto obscures his vision to prevent being caught in a genjutsu and attacks. Itachi and Sasuke block with their Susanoo, only to find that they have lost track of Kabuto. Itachi realizes that Kabuto quickly defends Sasuke before he can come to harm in Kabuto's sneak attack. Itachi reminds Sasuke of a mission they went on as children to hunt a boar, which they reenact with their Susanoo against Kabuto. Kabuto avoids them and commandeers Sasuke's sword, which he uses to attack Itachi. Itachi takes the sword back from him and uses it to cut off the tip of one of Kabuto's horns. Kabuto tries to turn Sasuke against Itachi, pointing out all the lies and distrust Itachi has been showing Sasuke for years. Itachi admits his faults, but promises to tell Sasuke something after he's performed his Izanami. Kabuto is confident that he cannot be defeated, since they can't kill him, and because of the precautions he's taken to avoid genjutsu, he manipulates the cave to confine them, and uses DNA to perform a variety of other ninjas' long-range jutsu, trying to create an opportunity to access Itachi's head and regain control of him. Sasuke becomes increasingly earnest to kill Kabuto, but Itachi pleads for him to wait until Izanami is ready. While Itachi and Sasuke deal with Kabuto's recreation of Orochimaru, Kabuto bisects Itachi. Itachi's reincarnated body regenerates and he uses Sasuke's sword to cut off even more of the same horn as before. This creates a sensory loop, independent of vision, that traps Kabuto in eternal battle. That is Izanami. Kabuto has the chance of escaping Izanami by accepting the fate that he now tries to fight by taking on others' powers. Itachi is gift to him because of their perceived similarities. He raises the brill that covers Kabuto's eyes and uses a genjutsu to make Kabuto perform the hand seals that will end the impure world reincarnation. While Kabuto performs the hand seals, Sasuke tells Itachi that he won't forgive Konoha for coercing Itachi the way that he was, and that he will continue to conspire against the villagers. Itachi listens without response. When he's engulfed in light and the impure world reincarnation begins to break, he faces Sasuke and admits to everything Sasuke has been told about him, even imparting some of his own memories to Sasuke to fully dispel the lies he's told. He reaches for Sasuke, but instead gives Sasuke a head bump, symbolizing he no longer saw Sasuke as a child, but an equal. He tells Sasuke that he wants no forgiveness and promises that he will love Sasuke no matter what he decides to do. His reincarnated body dissolves, and his soul returns to the afterlife. Did you enjoy our video? Be sure to check out these other great videos, especially the Naruto ones, narrated by me, from the Amagi. And make sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos. This video was made in collaboration with Narutopedia. If you'd like to learn more, check out the link in the description. The life of Jiraiya. Jiraiya was one of Konohagakure's Sannin. Famed as a hermit and pervert of stupendous ninja skill, Jiraiya traveled the world in search of knowledge that would help his friends, the various novels he wrote, and posthumously the world in its entirety. Knowledge that would be passed down to his godson and final student, Naruto Uzumaki. Welcome to the Amagi. In today's video, we're going over the life of Jiraiya. Before we begin, we publish a new video every day, so be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. Background. After he graduated from Konoha's Ninja Academy, Jiraiya was teamed with Orochimaru and Tsunade under the leadership of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen gave them a test for the team's first exercise, during which Jiraiya repeatedly fell for Hiruzen's tricks. And for failing to acquire the bell, he was tied to a stump as punishment. Hiruzen encouraged Jiraiya to be more like Orochimaru, but Jiraiya countered that his transparent escape technique was a fair testament to his skills, as he could spy on bathing women without getting caught. Hiruzen offered to accompany him to see if this was true. Jiraiya had a certain interest in Tsunade from their first meeting, and when her, the boobies got bigger, she became a frequent target of his peeping. She nearly killed him when she caught him on one occasion, forcing him to be more discreet about his interests. Jiraiya at some point discovered Mount Myoboku, the residence of the Toads. In the anime, he was brought there when he tried to summon a toad without first having a contract with him. Fukasaku trained Jiraiya in their ways, most prominently Senjutsu. While he was at Mount Myoboku, the Great Toad Sage made a prediction about Jiraiya, that he would travel the world and during that time meet the child of the prophecy, a student who would grow up to either save or destroy the world depending on how Jiraiya taught them. Although their team under Hiruzen's leadership continued fighting together during the Second Shinobi World War. During one such fight in Amigakure, they were the only decided to stay in Ame for a time and to look after them. Shortly after he joined them, he discovered that one of the orphans, Nagato, possessed the Rinnegan, once used by the Sage of Six Paths to save the world. Jiraiya decided that Nagato was the child of the prophecy, and as such agreed to teach the orphans ninjutsu so that he might guide Nagato towards the world's salvation. Nagato was a kind child, torn between his desire to not hurt others and his wish to protect Yahiko and Konan. Jiraiya comforted Nagato that it was enough to want to protect people one holds to be important, as the world is plagued with seemingly endless conflict. Nagato decided that it was possible to end the constant bloodshed, and, though he didn't know how, that he would someday find the path to peace. Jiraiya was inspired by Nagato's words and started writing what would become the tale of the utterly gutsy shinobi. After 3 years of training the orphans, Jiraiya decided that they were ready to forge out on their own, and he returned to Konoha. He left them a finished copy of Gutsy Shinobi, dedicated to Nagato. News of the orphans' deeds would reach him from time to time, but eventually he heard that they'd all died. At some point, Jiraiya was made jonin and led a genin team of his own. He started to suspect that one of them, Minato Namikaze, might be the child of prophecy because of his natural genius. As such, he took Minato as his disciple and taught him many of his skills. Minato would eventually teach Jiraiya the Rasengan. And, unfortunately, Gutsy Shinobi did not sell well when it was released. Eventually, Jiraiya found his writing style when he created the adult novels called Icha Icha. The novels were based on his personal experiences in love, particularly his rejections by Tsunade. Retold in a comical way, the books were wildly popular, giving his checkbook a balance that is filled with zeros. Minato, selected as Konoha's 4th Hokage after Jiraiya refused the position, enjoyed the book. Finding the main character very much like Jiraiya, he decided to name his and Kushina Uzumaki's then unborn son Naruto after the main character, hoping that their Naruto would be just as determined as the character, and thus its author. Jiraiya tried to convince them not to, since that would make him Naruto's godfather, but Minato and Kushina insisted this was a good thing. Minato died during the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's attack, giving his life to seal the Nine-Tails into the newborn Naruto. As one of his last acts, Minato sent Jiraiya Gerotora, on whose stomach he wrote the key to Naruto's seal. Jiraiya guessed that Minato wanted him to help Naruto gain control of the Nine-Tails' power, though he couldn't guess what that power would be needed for. Although Orochimaru had always been his better, someone that Hiruzen pointed to as an example for Jiraiya to live up to, Jiraiya considered Orochimaru to be one of his closest friends. For this reason, when Orochimaru eventually defected from Konoha, Jiraiya pursued him and tried to convince him to return. Orochimaru refused and attacked Jiraiya in order to secure his escape. For a time, Jiraiya tried to find a deeper meaning in Orochimaru's betrayal, something that, if changed, would bring Orochimaru back. he could ultimately come up with nothing. From that point forward, Jiraiya started following Orochimaru's movements as well as those of Akatsuki, an organization which Orochimaru eventually joined. His investigations often took him away from the village, preventing Jiraiya from becoming 5th Hokage like Hiruzen wanted him to. Chunin exams. During an unannounced return to Konoha, Jiraiya visits the Konoha hot springs in order to spy on the women bathing there. He's discovered by Ebisu, who, not realizing who Jiraiya is at first, tries to stop him and reprimand him. Jiraiya uses a toad to knock Ebisu out so that he won't interfere in his research. Unfortunately, Jiraiya is immediately confronted by Naruto Uzumaki, who Ebisu was training to improve his chakra control, and who now, because Ebisu is unconscious, needs somebody else to teach him. Jiraiya refuses to be that somebody until Naruto demonstrates his sexy technique, at which point Jiraiya eagerly agrees. Kinda gross. While watching Naruto struggle with his training, Jiraiya notices two things. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. His access to the Nine Tails chakra is being restricted by the 5-element seal, which Jiraiya correctly guesses was placed by Orochimaru. Jiraiya removes the seal, making it easier for Naruto to control his chakra, and offers to start teaching him to use the Nine Tails power the next day. He informs Ebisu of this decision later that night. Ebisu doesn't mind, but asks that Jiraiya meet with the 3rd Hokage so that, together, they can stop whatever Orochimaru is planning against Konoha. Jiraiya is unwilling to get involved. In order to teach Naruto how to take advantage of the Nine Tails' large chakra reserves, Jiraiya teaches Naruto the summoning technique, expecting him to use Nine Tails to summon bigger and bigger toads. Naruto is not only unable to tap into the Nine Tails chakra, but makes poor summon tadpoles. From talking to Naruto about his previous uses of the Nine Tails, Jiraiya gathers that he needs to be in a life or death situation in order to instinctively draw on the Nine Tails. When, after a month, Naruto is still only summoning tadpoles, Jiraiya puts Naruto in a life or death situation. He throws him into a ravine. Jiraiya is impressed when Naruto summons Gamabunta to save him, but decides to return to his research before Gamabunta notices him. Konoha Crush. Orochimaru launches an invasion of Konoha, using snakes to break through the village's defenses and destroy its infrastructure. Jiraiya stops them with summoning food cart destroyer technique, crushing the snakes with Gamahiro. He then seeks out the 3rd Hokage to lend assistance in his fight with Orochimaru, but by the time he arrives, the 3rd is dead and Orochimaru has fled. Jiraiya does not attend the 3rd's funeral a few days later, instead visiting the 3rd training ground and crying over memories of the 3rd. Search for Tsunade. Jiraiya is approached by the Konoha Council, who inform him that, due to the dire straits the village has been left in following the invasion of Konoha, the Land of Fire's daimyo has already approved Jiraiya's selection as 5th Hokage. Jiraiya declines, but offers to find Tsunade to have her take the position, which the counselors agree with. Jiraiya asks to be allowed to take Naruto with him. As he explains it to Naruto's teacher Kakashi, the organization called Akatsuki has been collecting tailed beasts like Naruto's Nine Tails. Jiraiya plans to look over Naruto and further teach him to exploit the Nine Tails power. He doesn't share any of this with Naruto, who therefore doesn't see much reason to accompany Jiraiya on his search for Tsunade. Jiraiya offers to teach a Majutsu stronger than Sasuke's Chidori, which instantly wins Naruto's interest. After leaving Konoha, Jiraiya and Naruto stop in Shukuba Town, while they check into a room to rest. Jiraiya sends Naruto to the room while he and the woman spend time together. It quickly occurs to him, however, that women are not usually drawn to him, at which point he realizes the woman is under the influence of a genjutsu so that she could be used to lure Jiraiya away from Naruto. He returns to Naruto and finds him about to be captured by Akatsuki's Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki. Sasuke is also there, wishing to fight Itachi. Itachi and Kisame decide to flee rather than fight Jiraiya, which he tries to stop with his toadmouth bind, but this fails. Jiraiya collects a sample of the Amaterasu flames that Itachi used to escape and returns to Naruto and Sasuke, at which point he is attacked by Might Guy. Guy apologizes for attacking Jiraiya, explaining that he didn't get a good look because he was trying to avoid Itachi's Sharingan. Jiraiya asks Guy to go back to Konoha with Sasuke, who has been rendered unconscious by Itachi's Sharingan. Guy informs him and Naruto that the same thing happened to Kakashi, and that only Tsunade may be able to cure them. To that end, he asks that they be sure to find her. Afterwards, Jiraiya explains to Naruto why Akatsuki is after him. Naruto decides that he'll need to be stronger so that he can face them next time, which Jiraiya decides to help him with by teaching him the Rasengan. As they travel around the country trying to track Tsunade's location, Jiraiya instructs Naruto in the Rasengan's usage, providing him training aids where needed. Although Naruto relies on some unconventional workarounds and his developments often interrupt Jiraiya's rest, he masters the first 2 of Rasengan's 3 learning steps. Jiraiya and Naruto eventually learn that Tsunade is in Tanzaku quarters. When they arrive at where she's supposed to be, however, she isn't there. What's more, there's evidence that Orochimaru's been there. They find a place to eat to decide what to do next, only to find Tsunade there with her attendant Shizune. Tsunade is surprised to see Jiraiya, having just met Orochimaru, though she refuses to say anything about the nature of their meeting. Jiraiya informs her that Konoha would like her to become the 5th Hokage. Tsunade is surprised, having thought Orochimaru was lying when he said he killed the 3rd Hokage, as is Naruto, who didn't realize Tsunade was being offered the Hokage position. Tsunade refuses the offer, ridiculing those who've been held the title, including the 3rd and 4th Hokage, and dismissing the job as fitting only for fools. Naruto, who has his own dreams of being Hokage, is enraged and tries to attack Tsunade. Jiraiya holds him back, but Tsunade agrees to fight with him. Tsunade easily defeats Naruto, but not before he tries to use his imperfect Rasengan. She berates Jiraiya for teaching Naruto the Rasengan at all, declaring it cruel to let someone as untalented as him believe he can master something so complicated. Naruto makes a bet with her that he can master the Rasengan in a week, and goes off to start training. Jiraiya invites Tsunade to drink afterwards, and guesses that Tsunade's bet with Naruto has something to do with the offer Orochimaru made her. He doesn't ask for details about the offer, but he promises to personally kill her if she does anything to endanger Konoha. She claims not to care about the village, so Jiraiya remarks how similar Naruto is to Tsunade's dead brother, Naoki, who treasured Konoha. He invites her out to drinks again the night before the bet expires, planning to ask her more about what Orochimaru wants, but she's able to drug his drink without him noticing. When Jiraiya wakes up the next morning, he has difficulty moving and using his chakra. He goes looking for Tsunade, but can only find Naruto and Shizune. He notices Kabuto Yakushi watching them, so asks Shizune what Tsunade's deal with Orochimaru is. Shizune reveals that, in exchange for healing the damage to Orochimaru's arms caused by the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru will revive Naoki, and also Tsunade's dead lover, Dan Kato. As they try to find Tsunade in order to stop her from helping Orochimaru, Jiraiya worries that he may actually need to follow through on his promise to kill her. When they look at her, they find that she's already trying to kill Orochimaru. Jiraiya instructs Shizune to help deal with Kabuto while he fights Orochimaru by himself. He asks Tsunade to give him an antidote for the drug she gave him, but Kabuto has been able to trigger her fear of blood, rendering her unable to do anything. Jiraiya's inability to control his chakra and Orochimaru's inability to use his arms means they can't do much against each other. Jiraiya is able to create a swamp of the underworld, but it's too shallow to defeat Orochimaru's snake, only managing to stop it from moving. Nevertheless, Orochimaru is confident that Jiraiya will lose, proven by his wasting time with Naruto. He contrasts Naruto with Sasuke. Sasuke is an Uchiha, naturally gifted and capable of learning every ninjutsu. Naruto is mediocre, struggling to learn even one ninjutsu and thus failing to live up to the title of Shinobi. Jiraiya rebuts, a Shinobi is not someone who can learn all ninjutsu, but rather someone who refuses to give up. They watch as Naruto uses a completed Rasengan to defeat Kabuto, which Orochimaru decides is a problem. He goes to kill Naruto, parrying Jiraiya's attempt to stop him. Tsunade is able to protect Naruto and overcomes her phobia so that she can return to the fight. She summons Katsuyu to fight Orochimaru's Manda, with Jiraiya joining in by summoning Gamabunta. After they save Katsuyu from Manda, Jiraiya and Gamabunta attack Manda with Fire Release, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Manda avoids it and attacks them from behind, but they are saved by Tsunade, who defeats both him and Orochimaru. Orochimaru escapes with Kabuto. Before he leaves, he warns that he has other ways of fixing his arms. Tsunade heals Jiraiya's broken bones, restores his chakra, and, having accepted the Hokage position, returns with him and Naruto to Konoha. Sasuke Recovery Mission. When they get back to Konoha, Jiraiya has Tsunade heal the mental damage done to Sasuke and Kakashi, as well as ask her to look for Rock Lee on behalf of Guy. Naruto goes around the village to visit his friends, with Jiraiya secretly watching him. Naruto gets into a fight with Sasuke shortly after Tsunade heals him, which Kakashi interrupts in time to stop them from using their Chidori and Rasengan against each other. Kakashi notices Jiraiya and asks him if it was a good idea to teach Naruto the Rasengan. Jiraiya asks the same about teaching Sasuke the Chidori, Jiraiya admits to being surprised that Naruto would use the Rasengan against a friend and asks about his relationship with Sasuke. Kakashi explains that Sasuke is a rival that Naruto wants to live up to, just as Jiraiya once did with Orochimaru. Now understanding things, Jiraiya decides to speak with Naruto about it. Sasuke ends up defecting to Orochimaru, and Naruto ends up in Konoha Hospital in his failed attempt to stop him. Jiraiya visits him there and informs Naruto that he's going to take him away from Konoha for 3 years of training. Both Akatsuki and Orochimaru will be unable to move forward with their plans for 3 years, meaning this is the perfect opportunity to prepare Naruto for the next time he faces them. Naruto declines, believing it's essential that he go after Sasuke immediately. Jiraiya tries to convince him to give up on Sasuke, drawing on his own experience with Orochimaru, and pointing to Naruto's contemporary condition as proof that Sasuke no longer considers him a friend. These facts, coupled with the many more important challenges Naruto must face someday, causes Jiraiya to conclude that going after Sasuke would be foolish. Naruto replies simply that he'd rather be a fool. Jiraiya is satisfied by this, and tells Naruto to be ready to go once he's discharged from the hospital. Land of Rice Fields Investigation Mission. In the anime, Jiraiya takes Naruto and Sakura to the Land of Rice Fields to see if they can learn anything about where Orochimaru has Sasuke. They aren't able to locate him, but they're able to free the Fuma clan from Orochimaru's control. When they return to Konoha, Jiraiya asks Tsunade to keep Naruto busy until he returns from some investigations he needs to do, fearing Naruto may go after Sasuke by himself if he isn't kept preoccupied. Sunagakure Support Mission. As happens at the end of the Sasuke recovery mission in the manga, Jiraiya picks up Naruto at Ramen Ichiraku to take him away for 3 years of training. Gutsy Master and Student, The Training. In the anime, shortly after leaving Konoha, they discuss the fact that Naruto will need to learn how to counter Genjutsu if he hopes to be a match against Sasuke the next time they meet. Jiraiya summons Gameriki to help him practice dispelling Genjutsu. But Naruto struggles with it, and his chakra keeps hitting Gameraki, who doesn't appreciate it. Jiraiya takes Naruto to the Genjutsu Tree Village to try a different approach, but they discover the village has been taken over by Kandachi. They free the villagers and then attack Kandachi, who Naruto defeats with his newly created Big Ball Rasengan. As they leave afterwards, Jiraiya is pleased by how similar Naruto is to Minato Namikaze, and hugs him, which Naruto is bothered by. In Naruto's footsteps, the Friend's Path. 2 years into their training, Naruto's control of the Nine-Tails chakra has improved significantly. Jiraiya tries to give him more access to the Nine-Tails power and uses Gerotora to weaken Naruto's 8 trigram sealing style. This causes Naruto to enter a version 2 form with 4 tails. Not in control of his body, Naruto attacks Jiraiya and nearly kills him before he manages to suppress the Nine-Tails. Naruto has no memory of what happened, and Jiraiya doesn't tell him, instead shifting Naruto's training to other pursuits, including keeping his anger in check so that Nine-Tails won't flare up again. Kazekage Rescue Mission. Jiraiya returns Naruto to Konoha after 2.5 years. Kakashi greets them when they arrive, and Naruto gives him a copy of Icha Icha Tactics, which Jiraiya wrote during their time together. He entrusts Naruto to take Kakashi's care, warning that Akatsuki will likely be making a move soon. He sends the same warning to Sunagakure, whose Kazekage is a Jinchuriki like Naruto. Jiraiya leaves Konoha to start investigating Akatsuki, but returns shortly afterwards to inform Tsunade that the Kazekage has been captured. She already knows this and is about to send Naruto and his team to Suna to lend assistance. He warns Naruto to keep his temper and to not use that technique. He also tells Kakashi to keep an eye on Naruto, giving him a seal that can be used to suppress the Nine-Tails if Naruto starts losing control. Tenchi Bridge Reconnaissance Mission. When the Kazekage is successfully rescued, Jiraiya and Tsunade meet with Kakashi to discuss Naruto's display of the Nine-Tails power during the mission, a sign of his worsening control. Jiraiya explains his own experience with Naruto's version 2 form and his observations about how Naruto's transformations work. Because Naruto can be as much of a risk to himself as he is to others in these states, they task Yamato with keeping him in check. Three Tails' appearance. In the anime, Jiraiya returns to Konoha to congratulate Naruto on defeating Akatsuki's Kakuzu. Because Kakashi is about to take Team 8 on a mission to investigate one of Orochimaru's bases, Jiraiya distracts Naruto from this potential opportunity to find Sasuke by taking him to Yagakure for training. Because Naruto doesn't have any long-range jutsu in his repertoire, Jiraiya recommends that he uses cooperation jutsu, synchronizing with his toad summons to make up for this deficiency. He has Naruto try to perform the water release water gun with Gamariki, but their personalities clash, preventing them from cooperating. Naruto instead summons Gamatatsu, with whom he's able to synchronize with Gamakichi's guidance. Jiraiya applauds Naruto's progress, but is called away to look into news on Akatsuki before he can see Naruto's training completed. He leaves Naruto to finish the training himself, though before he goes, he convinces Tsunade to let Naruto help on Teammate's mission. Itachi Pursuit Mission. Jiraiya visits Tsunade and reports rumors that Orochimaru has been killed by Sasuke. They share these rumors with Naruto and Sakura, who suspect that Sasuke is making moves against his brother Itachi Uchiha of Akatsuki. Naruto proposes that they try to locate Itachi so that they can, in turn, find Sasuke. An 8-man squad is organized for this purpose, which in the anime Jiraiya and Tsunade see off as they leave Konoha. Tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. While the 8-man squad is still on their mission, Jiraiya visits Tsunade with news that he's discovered the location of Akatsuki's leader, though he refuses to go into more detail until she meets with him for drinks. While having sake, Jiraiya shares news of Amagakure's ongoing civil war, which the Akatsuki leader is rumored to be behind. Because Amagakure is in a delicate political situation, Jiraiya must infiltrate the village by himself to confirm before Konoha can take direct action. Tsunade feels guilty for always relying on him to do dangerous work like this, and offers to help him if he needs it. He reminds her that she, the Hokage, can't just leave the village, but she replies that Naruto will inevitably replace her anyway. While they discuss Naruto, Jiraiya reflects that, because he thought of Minato as a son, being with Naruto feels like being with his grandson. Jiraiya departs, but warns Tsunade about Danzo Shimura before he goes. Jiraiya is able to successfully infiltrate Amagakure, and quickly captures two Aminin, Ryusui and Yudachi. He tries using tickle torture to get them to reveal information about Pain, but it's only after using the turning into frog technique on Yudachi that Ryusui is forthcoming. Pain is the mysterious leader and god figure of Ame, who brought the rebelling faction to victory in the Civil War by personally killing Ame's former leader, Hanzo. Jiraiya is unsettled by news that Pain killed Hanzo, having assumed from his own past encounter with Hanzo that he was unbeatable. He takes a precaution by removing Gerutora from his body and instructing him to go to Naruto if anything happens to him. Gerutora warns him against this, feeling Naruto is unprepared for full access to the Nine-Tails power. Jiraiya shares his suspicions that Madara Uchiha is somehow moving behind the scenes, which, if true, would mean Naruto will need to master the Nine-Tails sooner rather than later. Jiraiya has one of his toads take Yudachi to Konoha to be interrogated by Ibiki Morino, while he controls Ryusui in order to further explore Ame. He is quickly discovered and confronted by Pain's Angel, who Jiraiya recognizes as Konan, one of the orphans he trained decades ago. Jiraiya is surprised to see her and guesses that Pain must be one of the orphans, though she refuses to confirm and instead attacks him. He quickly captures her, but Pain rescues her and sends her away. Although Jiraiya doesn't recognize the body, Jiraiya assumes that Pain is Nagato because of his Rinnegan. Jiraiya expresses his disappointment that Nagato has turned away from his once righteous path towards peace by leading a criminal organization like Akatsuki. Pain asserts that, as a god, his plan to liberate the world through destruction is the definition of righteousness. Deciding that he must stop Pain before the world is destroyed, Jiraiya summons Kamaken to fight Pain while he prepares to enter Sage Mode. Pain counters with his various summons and nothing else, which Jiraiya finds odd considering the huge arsenal of ninjutsu Nagato learned during their time together. Despite the constant attacks by Pain's summons, Jiraiya is able to enter Sage Mode with help from Fukusaku and Shima. Both are surprised that Jiraiya would call on him, so he informs them that Pain is the apparent child of the prophecy. They immediately understand, seeking out and destroying the chameleon Pain is hiding in. Pain responds by summoning two more bodies, each with their own Rinnegan and neither of which Jiraiya recognizes. Though confused by this, Jiraiya, Fukusaku, and Shima team up with Sage Art Goemon. One of the Pains, the Preta Path, absorbs their Sage Art Goemon as well as Jiraiya's follow-up Ultra Big Ball Rasengan. But Jiraiya succeeds in blinding another Pain, the Human Path. He tries to attack this blinded Pain from behind, but it mysteriously blocks him. Fukusaku notices that one of the other Pains saw him attacking the blind one and guesses that they share vision. Outmatched, they decide to retreat so that they can discuss tactics. They decide that their only hope is to split up the Pains and fight them one at a time, something they likely won't be able to accomplish without Genjutsu. Since Jiraiya isn't good with Genjutsu, Fukusaku and Shima ready their Toad confrontation singing, which draws the Pains to their location. Jiraiya holds them off while the Genjutsu is prepared. He obscures the Preta Path's sight, He binds the human path to the wall. He attacks the first pain, the animal path, uninhibited until the genjutsu is finally cast. While the pains are caught, Jiraiya stabs them with stone swords and believes they, and by extension Nagato, are dead. As he leaves, Pain's Asura path attacks him from behind, severing his arm. The full 6 paths of Pain, with the 3 he defeated restored by the Naraka path, face Jiraiya. He recognizes the Deva path as Yahiko, causing him to question his assumption that Pain is Nagato. When asked, Pain assures him that Yahiko is dead, then attacks to kill Jiraiya as well. After a prolonged battle, Jiraiya retreats into his barrier Toad Gourd prison. The animal path follows him, but he's able to capture it. From looking at the animal path up close, Jiraiya realizes that he met it once before years ago. Jiraiya, remembering the great Toad Sage's prediction that Jiraiya would travel the world, starts to suspect why he knows the animal path. Fukusaku and Shima recommend he return to Konoha to report what he's discovered, but he refuses, believing this is the best chance to figure out who Pain is. He has Shima deliver the animal path to Konoha, while he and Fukusaku confront Pain again. The other 5 Pains quickly surround Jiraiya when he returns to the battlefield, but he's able to confirm his theory. Each of the Pains is somebody he met during his travels. Before he can communicate this to Fukusaku, his throat is crushed, and he's stabbed by the Pain's black receivers. As his life starts to fade, Jiraiya reflects on his failures. His failure to win the heart of Tsunade, his failure to redeem Orochimaru, his failure to protect Minato or the 3rd Hokage, and now his failure to have a meaningful death. His thoughts turn to Naruto, who Jiraiya knows wouldn't submit to failure like this, and would keep fighting for as long as he could. Jiraiya decides that he, as Naruto's teacher, should demonstrate the same resolve. As such, he forces himself back to consciousness and uses the last of his energy to etch a coded message into Fukusaku's back. Despite Pain's attempts to stop him, Fukusaku is able to escape to Konoha. Jiraiya, meanwhile, is thrown into the sea by Pain's attack and starts sinking into its depths. Jiraiya spends his final moments continuing to think about Naruto, and decides that it is he, not Nagato, who is the child of prophecy. Jiraiya is confident the world is in good hands if Naruto is to be its salvation. Satisfied with how this final chapter of his life turned out, Jiraiya officially ends what he titles The Tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. Before he dies, Jiraiya decides that the sequel should be called The Tale of Naruto Uzumaki, and smiles at how good the title is. Time Slip Arc. In the anime, when a grown-up Sasuke and Naruto's future son Boruto were sent back in time to shortly after Sasuke's defection, the two bumped into Jiraiya and Naruto. Jiraiya handed Boruto his binoculars, framing him for his discovered peeping, but Tsunade arrived and resolved the situation. Tsunade asked about Boruto and Sasuke's arrival, and Sasuke claimed they were traveling performers who utilized ninjutsu during their performances. Still somewhat suspicious, Tsunade ordered Naruto and Jiraiya to guard Boruto and Sasuke, proclaiming that a recently defected genin, as well as Konoha still recovering from an assault during the Chunin exams, they needed to remain on guard at all times, and couldn't afford to let strangers walk into their village. However, as soon as Tsunade left, Jiraiya left Naruto to take care of Boruto and Sasuke, much to Naruto's annoyance. Later, while checking out Naruto, he was shocked to see Naruto captured by a new stranger with odd powers, and even more surprised to see Boruto performing a Rasengan on the foe. When the foe retreated with Naruto, he sealed off Jiraiya with Sasuke and Boruto inside a stone prison. Sasuke explained that he and Boruto were really ninja from a distant village on a mission to stop Urashiki from stealing the Nine-Tails chakra. Sasuke also explained that Urashiki had ties to Akatsuki. While realizing the two strangers were still hiding something, he decided to trust them and work together to save Naruto, freeing them by summoning giant toads. Soon, Sasuke locked onto Naruto's location from detecting the tailed beast chakra beginning to leak out. Along the way, having realized that the 8 trigram sealing style was stopping Urashiki from stealing the Nine-Tails chakra, Jiraiya placed powerful seals on Boruto and Sasuke to protect them as well. Upon finding Naruto, Urashiki's actions forced the boy into his version 1 state. While Sasuke engaged Urashiki, Jiraiya went to deal with the rampaging Naruto. He was surprised to see Boruto's kindness initially reaching Naruto, realizing that their chakra was compatible with each other. After subduing the demon chakra and Naruto and Urashiki retreated, Jiraiya suggested training Naruto and Boruto together, knowing the foe would return. The following day, Jiraiya began to explain to the new boys the nature of their training, to synchronize their chakra and create a new cooperation. He insisted that their similar chakra would make it possible. As Naruto and Boruto continued to work on the technique, relying on their respective Rasengan training, Jiraiya decided to confirm a suspicion. He later met with adult Sasuke and asked him to deliver food to Naruto while he took care of a task. In reality, he spied on Sasuke to see how he would interact with Naruto. Jiraiya saw the feeling Sasuke had when he was renewing Naruto's conviction, so after Naruto left, he met with Sasuke again. And before Sasuke could leave, Jiraiya asked the traveler if he was Sasuke Uchiha, leaving the time traveler shocked. As Jiraiya dryly laughed off his accusation, he remained firm on his suspicion that he was connected to the Rogue Genin. Since Jiraiya could tell that Sasuke and Boruto's desire to protect Naruto genuine, and that they had their reasons for keeping secrets, he made a deal with Sasuke not to delve deeper into their true identities, provided that Sasuke reveals all he knows about Urashiki. Sasuke then explained all he knew about his abilities. After hearing all this, the best course of action would be to seal away Urashiki. Before they could formulate a proper plan, however, Sasuke detected Urashiki's return near Naruto and Boruto's location, speeding off with Jiraiya to help Boruto and Naruto. With Sasuke still drained from Urashiki's theft of his chakra, their efforts were easily repelled by Urashiki, resulting in Jiraiya being impaled on the shoulder. Urashiki then smugly told them that he can perceive the future. Deciding the foe's newest technique was too dangerous, Sasuke tackled himself and Urashiki over the ledge and into a river to let his allies escape. While tending to Jiraiya's wounds, the group tried to figure out how to deal with Urashiki. Boruto then realized that in the fight, the blood splattered on Urashiki was drying much faster than Boruto's. After engaging the foe again to test the theory, they concluded that Urashiki's technique lets him warp into the past by several seconds, giving him a pseudo-clairvoyance from his experiences. Urashiki then attacked the Konoha Nin again, where Jiraiya then contained everyone in his summoning Toadmouth bind, during which Naruto unleashed a continued barrage of clones on Urashiki. While he easily countered the assault with his technique, Urashiki inadvertently poisoned himself from the acidic vapors of the Great Toad's belly far sooner than the Konoha Nin due to his repeated time warp. Once Jiraiya released the summoning, Naruto and Boruto then proceeded to knock out Urashiki with a Rasengan assault. Still defiant, Urashiki managed to get up. Battered and too weak to continue fighting as he was, he decided to consume all his accumulated chakra. Concluding that it wasn't enough, he smugly ripped out both his eyes and ate them as well. The final result transformed him into a fiendish being of immense physical might. Jiraiya and the two Genin were quickly overwhelmed by Urashiki's continued assaults, even with the aid of the returning Sasuke. Urashiki's efforts ultimately enraged Naruto enough to unleash the Nine-Tailed chakra. Jiraiya watched in shock as Boruto decided to make use of Naruto's Nine-Tails Rasengan. As Boruto managed to reach Naruto's consciousness, they were able to perfect their new collaboration technique. With the combined efforts of Jiraiya and Sasuke, the two kids were able to plow through Urashiki's final attack and obliterate them. Afterwards, Jiraiya dryly noted how troublesome their apprentices were, which Sasuke agreed. Days later, after everyone recovered from the battle, it was decided by Sasuke and Boruto that they should leave soon, as their mission was done. They were then approached by Sakura, who demanded for Sasuke to reveal how he knew her and what the contents of his letter were about. While Sasuke struggled to answer, Jiraiya gave a convincing alibi that Sasuke and Boruto were in fact such avid fans of his. They studied up on his entire life and wished to train under him, which Boruto and Sasuke awkwardly agreed to. The following day, as Boruto and Sasuke prepared to leave, the Sannin confronted Sasuke about his true identity, feeling it would be best if he and Naruto had no memories of the recent events. Sasuke agreed and proceeded to do so with his Sharingan, which caused Jiraiya to smile as it confirmed his suspicions about Sasuke's identity before his and Naruto's memories were erased. Legacy. Deciphering Jiraiya's dying message becomes Konoha's top priority, though Jiraiya's code isn't recognizable to the Konoha cryptanalysis team. Only Naruto, one of the people closest to Jiraiya, is able to identify the code's key, Icha Icha Tactics. By taking the first word on each page that Jiraiya specifies, they produce the message. The real one isn't among them. Naruto, after defeating all 6 pains, is able to use the information to find and meet with Nagato. It's also only by using Jiraiya's legacy and teachings that Naruto makes Nagato see his own impact on their former teacher. Naruto is extremely depressed when he first learns of Jiraiya's death, and tries blaming it on Tsunade since she let him fight Pain alone. It eventually occurs to Naruto that Jiraiya, by fighting Pain, has brought him time for his own fight with Pain. He uses this time to learn Senjutsu, which, in combination with what Fukusaku is able to report about Pain's abilities, allows him to defeat the 6 paths of Pain. When he meets Nagato, Naruto wants to take vengeance for Jiraiya's death, but he decides instead to forgive Nagato. thereby ending the cycle of hatred that the main character of Jiraiya's book, The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi, spoke against. Nagato realizes that this same idea that Naruto got from Jiraiya, Jiraiya in turn got from him, and that his actions in Akatsuki therefore contradict both himself and Jiraiya. He gives his life to revive those killed during his attack on Konoha, the only atonement he can offer. Nagato later observes that if Jiraiya's was the first story in the trilogy, and Naruto's will be the last, his own is the better forgotten middle volume. Upon his final sealing in the war, Nagato tells Naruto that he will return to Jiraiya's side, and that they will watch together as Naruto brings the story to a close, referring to Jiraiya's life as a true masterpiece. After observing Naruto's confrontation with Nagato, the Great Toad Sage discovers that his prophecy was somewhat incorrect. Jiraiya wouldn't train the child of the prophecy, he would train the children of the prophecy. Nagato and Naruto, both of whose actions steer the world towards peace because of Jiraiya's influence. Naruto creates a memorial to him in the woods near Konoha after Pain's assault ends. Naruto also leaves a copy of Gutsy Shinobi and Never Dying Flowers of Hope given to him by Konan. In later years, Tsunade would visit the memorial to toast her childhood comrade. Tsunade is just as sad as Naruto when she finds out about Jiraiya's death, and it provides her with yet another reason to keep Konoha safe from Pain, so that his sacrifice isn't wasted. Orochimaru, his death having been misreported, re-emerges during the war with a reformed outlook. Tsunade argues that this change in him might have saved Jiraiya had it happened sooner, but Orochimaru believes it was better for Jiraiya to die, as he was rather than risk his changing because of Orochimaru's change. Naruto mentions that of all the shinobi he has met, Jiraiya is the one he respects the most. Jiraiya's legacy of good even spread to the new generations, which included Boruto Uzumaki. At some point, Amado managed to obtain some of Jiraiya's DNA and cloned him, naming the clone Koji Kashin, whose sole mission was to eliminate Jigen, the vessel of Ishiki Otsutsuki. Naruto found Koji's style to be a great reminder of Jiraiya's, and couldn't help but feel concerned for Koji's safety, despite being unable to discern why. Ishiki, reading Koji's mind upon resurrecting through Jigen, understood that Amado wanted to cling onto the mighty fate that Jiraiya bore, hence his reason to create Koji. Did you enjoy our video? Be sure to check out these other great videos from the Amagi, and make sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos. This video was made in collaboration with Narutopedia. If you'd like to learn more, check out the link in the description. The Life of Might Guy. Might Guy is a Jonin of Konohagakure. A master of taijutsu, Guy leads and passes his wisdom onto the members of Team Guy. Welcome to the Amagi. In today's video, we're going over the life of Might Guy. Before we begin, we publish a new video every day, so be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about his dream, teaching him all he knew about taijutsu, telling him the same keys to self-improvement his father had taught him, and encouraging him to use a rivalry with Neji to push him to new heights. Lee developed well under his guidance, as did Neji and Tenten, though Guy felt it was best to have them wait a year before entering the Chunin exams. Chunin exams. After holding them back for a year of training, Guy allows his students on Team Guy, which consists of Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga, and Tenten, to enter the Chunin exams being held at Konoha. He worries, however, that they may not behave, so he has Ningame keep an eye on them as they prepare to take the exams. Ningame catches Lee trying to use his front lotus on Sasuke Uchiha, defying Guy's instruction to only use it while protecting something precious. Guy is summoned to reprimand Lee. He punches Lee as punishment, and then embraces him out of regret from punching him. Sasuke and his fellow Team 7 members are disturbed by this display. Aware that Team 7 are Kakashi Hatake's students, he asks them how Kakashi is. He apologizes to them for Lee's behavior, and tells them all to head to the exam's first stage before he departs. Team Guy advances to the preliminary stage of one-on-one fights held before the finals, and Guy watches his students' matches and cheers them on. When Tenten is badly abused after her defeat by her opponent Temari, Guy stops Lee from getting into a fight with Temari and her Suna teammates. When Neji ignores Guy's request to not bring the Hyuga clan's family issues into his fight with Hinata, Guy intervenes in the match, restraining Neji so that he won't kill Hinata. When Lee is matched against Gaara, Guy tells him an important observation he's made. The gourd that Gaara has on his back may be significant. Although Lee takes this information with enthusiasm, it doesn't help him against Gaara's shield of sand once the fight begins. For this reason, Guy gives Lee permission to remove his ankle weights, thus making him fast enough to bypass Gaara's shield. The increased speed is insufficient against Gaara, for which reason Guy allows Lee to use the front lotus. The stress the front lotus does to Lee's body provides a brief opening for Gaara to escape unharmed, which he takes. Lee, meanwhile, still experiences the after effects of using the front lotus and has difficulty fighting off Gaara's attacks. Guy signals to Lee to use the reverse lotus. Kakashi expresses disappointment in Guy when he realizes what he's allowing Lee to do, but Guy defends his decision, as becoming a splendid ninja is the most important thing in Lee's life, and defeating Gaara will help him achieve that. The reverse lotus ends up failing, as Gaara uses the gourd on his back to absorb the attack. Lee is unable to move afterwards, allowing Gaara to start crushing his arms and legs. Guy intervenes, forcing Gaara to relent. Although Lee has lost the match and has fallen unconscious, his body gets up through muscle memory so that he can keep fighting. Guy tearfully embraces him, assuring him he's already a splendid ninja. Medic Nin come to check on Lee, but from a cursory examination of his injuries, they inform Guy that the damage the reverse lotus did to his body is so severe that Lee won't be able to continue life as a ninja. Guy is devastated by the news, blaming himself for not stopping Lee when he had the chance and for teaching him the reverse lotus in the first place. A month later, on the day before the Chunin exam's finals are to be held, Guy visits Lee in the Konoha hospital. He finds Gaara in Lee's room, trying to finish him off. Guy threatens to admit Gaara to the hospital as an inpatient if he doesn't leave, which Gaara complies with. Guy takes Lee to see the final matches the next day. Because of Lee's injuries, most of the first round matches have completed by the time they reach the stadium, where the finals are being held. Neji lost in his fight to Naruto Uzumaki. While watching the fight between Sasuke and Gaara, both Guy and Lee are surprised by the speed Sasuke has copied from Lee using his Sharingan, though it makes sense to Guy once he sees Sasuke using Kakashi's Chidori. Konoha Crush. The Chunin exams are interrupted by an invasion of Konoha, and most of these watching the finals are rendered unconscious by a genjutsu. Guy is among those who dispel it, and he teams up with Kakashi to fend off against Otagakure's forces. While Kakashi arranges a team of genin to go after Sasuke and Gaara, Guy defends the area and then creates an opening for the genin to pass through. Guy worries that they won't be enough, but Kakashi has confidence in them. They return to the fight, eventually eliminating all invaders in the area except for Kabuto, Yakushi, and Baki, who opt to flee rather than face them. Guy and the others then converge on the site where the third Hokage fought Orochimaru, but discover that he's died in battle. Guy attends the third's funeral a few days later. Search for Tsunade. When Kakashi is about to be captured by Akatsuki member Kisame Hoshigaki, on the instructions of his partner Itachi Uchiha, Guy arrives in time to repel Kisame. Kakashi falls unconscious as soon as they arrive, so Guy carries him over to Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. They share with Guy Kakashi's earlier warning not to look Itachi in the eye because of his Sharingan, but Guy already knows this and tells them how to combat it, looking at Itachi's feet. Oh, so obvious. He instructs Kurenai to take Kakashi to a medic and Asuma to assist him in keeping Itachi and Kisame busy until the Anbu reinforcements he's requested arrive. Itachi and Kisame withdraw rather than fight. Guy and the others take Kakashi back to his home to rest, where Guy is informed that Itachi and Kisame are after Naruto. While they're talking, Sasuke comes to visit Kakashi and is confused by his current condition. Guy and the others try keeping the return of Itachi, Sasuke's brother, a secret, but it's unwittingly revealed by Aoba Yamashiro. Sasuke runs off to find Itachi and Guy chases after him. When he catches up, he makes a sneak attack without getting a good look at his target, fearing Itachi's Sharingan. He ends up attacking Jiraiya, who has already driven off Itachi and Kisame, and Guy apologizes once he realizes his mistake. When Guy prepares to head back to Konoha, Jiraiya asks him to take Sasuke, who has been rendered unconscious by Itachi. Guy tells him that Kakashi is in the same condition and muses that this, combined with Lee's injuries, makes him wish for the medical expertise of Tsunade. Jiraiya reveals that he and Naruto are already searching for Tsunade. Guy asks that they be sure to find her, which Naruto vows to do. Guy is impressed by Naruto's courage and gives him his spare green jumpsuit, telling him it will make a huge difference in his training. Guy departs with Sasuke, assuming that Jiraiya is just as ecstatic by the jumpsuit as Naruto is. He isn't. Sasuke recovery mission. When Tsunade is brought back to Konoha to become its new Hokage, Guy tracks her down just after she's finished healing Sasuke and Kakashi and begs her to look at Lee. After examining Lee, she agrees with the other medic's assessment that the damage is too severe for him to continue life as a ninja. She can heal him, but she confesses that there's only a 50% chance that Lee will survive the procedure. She suggests he not take the risk. Lee is crushed by the news and leaves. When he's gone, Guy shares his regrets for having Tsunade look at him, as now Lee's lost the hope he had up until now. Guy later finds Lee in the same spot where Lee first shared his dream of being a splendid ninja. Lee muses how far he's been able to get in his career using Guy's lessons of hard work and believing in himself, but he now fears that neither of those things can help him in his current situation. Lee asks Guy what he should do, to which Guy says that Lee has two options. He can give up on life as a ninja and experience great pain for abandoning his dream, or he can get the operation, and if he dies, then he'll at least die pursuing his dream. Guy thinks Lee should do the latter. He reminds Lee of his vow to dedicate his life to making Lee a splendid ninja, and therefore if Lee's life should end, so will Guy's. Lee is moved by Guy's words and decides to go through with the operation. Guy is forced to leave Konoha on a mission while Lee is in his operation. Viva Dojo Challenge! Youth is all about passion. In the anime, Guy hears about a dojo that Lee has opened. Guy prepares to challenge Lee in a fight by poorly disguising himself as a stranger, but is called away on a mission before he can issue the challenge. When he visits the dojo afterwards, he runs into Nanafushi, a thief disguising himself as Lee, and quickly knocks him out. Third Great Beast Arc. In the anime, Guy goes on a mission with Yagura, a ninja of seemingly greater talent than Lee. During the mission, Guy discovers it's not really Yagura, but actually one of the three Ryudoin brothers, who, along with his brothers, seeks vengeance on Guy for their father's death. They trap Guy and Lee in a castle and force them to fight each other through artificial mute proxies. They discover this trick by communicating through Morse code, then break out by opening the first 5 gates, the stress of their high-speed attacks causing the constructs to break apart. Guy afterwards explains that he wasn't responsible for their father's death, and their father actually respected Guy, causing the brothers to apologize. Konoha plans recapture mission. In the anime, Guy leads Konoha's available Jonin to stop a suspected invasion by Takigakure. They later discover that the Takinin are just having a training exercise. In Naruto's footsteps, the Friend's Path. In the anime, about 2 years after Naruto leaves Konoha to train with Jiraiya, another Chunin exam is held. Guy proctors the preliminary round between the first and second stage. Participating teams must reach the Demon Desert within 3 days in order to qualify for the second stage. During this period, Team 10 is nearly killed by a giant scorpion while they search for food, so Guy gives them some. Once the preliminary round is over, Guy watches as the second stage formally begins. Kazekage Rescue Mission. Tsunade sends Team Guy to provide backup to Team 7 on their mission to rescue the 5th Kazekage from Akatsuki. On their way to Sunagakure to meet Kakashi and the others, they're intercepted by Pakun, who informs them that Team 7 has tracked the Kazekage to an Akatsuki base in the Land of Rivers. Team Guy is closer to the Land of Rivers than Team 7 is, so they change their course. On the way, they are attacked by Kisame of Akatsuki, who Guy doesn't know. Kisame covers the surrounding desert with water and fends off Guy's students' attacks with his Samehada sword. Seeing Kisame's abilities, Guy gets the feeling that he's met Kisame before, irritating Kisame that he doesn't remember him. Team Guy joins forces against Kisame, and Guy is able to take Samehada. But Samehada does not allow Guy to wield it, and Kisame, meanwhile, is able to trap Lee, Neji, and Tenten in water prisons so that he can fight Guy without interference. Kisame starts to overpower him, forcing Guy to open the first 5 gates and attack with Morning Peacock. Kisame is defeated, but when Team Guy examines his body afterwards, they discover that it's only a doppelganger meant to stall them. They continue on to the Akatsuki base, but when they arrive, they are unable to enter. When Team 7 arrives shortly afterwards, Kakashi identifies it as being a 5-seal barrier, maintained by 1 seal over the entrance and 4 more somewhere in the surrounding landscape. Neji locates the other 4 with his Byakugan, and Team Guy splits up to remove them. Although they succeed in bringing down the barrier, thus granting Team 7 entrance, each member of Team Guy is confronted by a duplicate of themselves as soon as the barrier is gone. Soon after, Guy and his clone start fighting, matching each other's attacks. After being evenly matched with his clone, Lee communicated to Guy and the rest of the team who were in the same situation and proposed the solution: to become stronger than they had been when the copies had been created. Upon listening to Lee's words, Guy managed to get the upper hand in his fight and defeat his clone. Team Guy reunites with each other and departs to Team 7's location, arriving in time to cut off Datara's escape attempt. Unable to get away, Datara creates a suicide bombing clone, which Kakashi saves them from by using Kamui. Team Guy watches on as the Kazekage, dead because of Akatsuki, is revived by Chiyo in exchange for her own life. They attend her funeral in Tsuna a few days later before heading back to Konoha. Kakashi is too tired to walk due to his use of Kamui, necessitating that Guy carry him. Guy does so by giving Kakashi a piggyback ride and challenges their students to keep up with him. Although Lee is fascinated by his training regimen, the others are deeply disturbed. Akatsuki's suppression mission. In the anime, Guy attends Asuma Sarutobi's funeral with tears in his eyes. Three Tails' appearance. In the anime, Guy teaches Lee and Tenten how to use collaboration jutsu by tying them together. This turns out to not work. Surprise. Pain's assault. Team Guy returns to Konoha after completing a mission. As they approach the village's outskirts, they find a defeated Gamabunta, who informs them of the ongoing invasion of Pain. They rush back to the village and upon arrival, find Hinata Hyuga badly injured from her fight with Pain. After getting her medical attention, Guy and Lee prepare to help Naruto in his fight against Pain, only to be informed that Naruto has already won. Team Guy joins in the celebration when Naruto returns to the village. Past arc, the locus of Konoha. In the anime, Guy makes a medicine to be given to Tsunade in hopes that it will bring her out of her coma, which Lee delivers. Power. In the anime, Guy is part of a force sent to Hacho village to help Team 7 in their fight with Kabuto Yakushi. When they arrive, Guy and Lee fight the nine-tailed Naruto clone, but find they must open the fifth gate in order to keep up with its strength and speed. After Kabuto retreats, the Konoha Nin investigate the hole to try and discover what Kabuto was so interested in. Paradise life on a boat. While Konoha prepares for the approaching 4th Shinobi World War, Guy is part of a team assigned to guard Naruto as he's sent into seclusion, a fact Naruto is not to be informed of. In the anime, as they make their way to the destination in the Land of Lightning, they take an indirect route so that Akatsuki can't find Naruto. Before they can even leave the harbor in the Land of Fire, they're attacked by a giant marlin. They try to help a fisherman, Yusuke, catch the marlin, but Naruto discovers that the marlin is compelled to attack because of a shuriken embedded in its head. When the shuriken is removed, the marlin leaves them alone and they're able to set sail. Guy and the other bodyguards become seasick soon after their voyage, requiring that they briefly stop at Benisu Island until they recover. They next encounter a ghost ship, whose crew was killed by the giant corpse crab. Guy and the others help the crew avenge their deaths by defeating the crab, thus releasing their souls. As they continue their trip, Guy is kidnapped by a giant bird that wants Guy to babysit its chicks. When Naruto and the others come to rescue him, the bird takes them to a volcano where the ultimate summoning beast lives. Guy and the others team up with the bird and other local animals to defeat the beast. Continuing on, their food reserves start to run low, and Guy and Naruto, in their desperation, eat a mushroom purchased from bandits. The mushroom makes them act violently, but they regain their senses with the help of Shima's cooking in time to stop the bandits from stealing their cargo. Towards the end of their trip, Kakashi comes looking for Guy. Guy gets it into his head that it's not actually Kakashi, but rather an imposter, and attacks him. When the others on board start defending Kakashi, Guy concludes that they are also imposters and attacks them as well. Kakashi is able to convince Guy that he's the real Kakashi by recounting something from when they were younger. Kakashi then explains that he's answering a distress signal that Guy sent. Guy has no memory of doing that and suspects he sent it accidentally, so Kakashi returns to Konoha. 4th Shinobi World War Countdown. Guy is battling seasickness by the time they reach the island turtle, and Aoba Yamashiro looks after him until he recovers. Once he's better, he goes to the Falls of Truth, where Naruto previously faced and overcame his inner self. Aoba dares Guy to do the same, suspecting that Guy's inner self isn't human. As his inner self emerges from the falls, it ridicules Guy for his old age and his loss of the youth he constantly preaches about. Guy demands that his inner self reveal itself, but what emerges from the falls appears to be an insect. Assuming that this is his inner self, and that it's been deformed by his loss of youthful spirit, he attacks it to mold it back into shape. Aoba informs Guy that it's not actually his inner self, enabling him to recognize it for what it truly is, a pufferfish. Killer Bee emerges from the falls and informs them that it's not a pufferfish, but rather Kisame Hoshigaki of Akatsuki, who's trying to escape with information about Bee and Naruto. After quickly incapacitating Bee and Aoba, Kisame attacks Guy and starts swimming to the ocean to send out the intel he's gathered. They're unable to move as quickly as Kisame can swim, so Bee flings Guy across the island in order to head Kisame off. This isn't enough, so Guy summons Ningame mid-flight for him to use as a jumping off point to launch him the rest of the way. When he catches up, Kisame has already passed the intel to a shark, the identity of which he hides with 1,000 more so that the shark can escape the island. Guy tries to destroy the sharks with Morning Peacock, but there are too many and he's forced to open the 7th gate. Kisame tries to stop Guy with his giant shark bullet technique, which Guy counters with Daytime Tiger. The Daytime Tiger is unimpeded by the Great Shark Bullet and directly connects with Kisame, creating a giant aftershock that not only defeats him, but also destroys the remaining sharks. As Guy collects the intel, Kisame states his surprise that Guy could withhold a jutsu as powerful as the Daytime Tiger until their third encounter. Since Guy doesn't remember their previous two encounters, Kisame attempts to keep fighting, prompting Guy to knock him out. He takes Kisame back to the others so that Aoba can interrogate him. Rather than be used to betray his allies, Kisame breaks free of his confinements through sheer will, traps himself in the water prison so that Guy and the others can't stop him, and summons sharks to eat him alive. Guy deeply respects how and why Kisame chose to die, so vows to remember him for the rest of his life. They afterwards examine the intel that Kisame was trying to send, which turns out to be booby-trapped. They're each caught in a water prison and are trapped alongside a shark. Guy finally succumbs to the rigors of his earlier use of the 8 gates and can't fight off his shark, requiring the others to rescue him. Another shark, meanwhile, is able to escape with Kisame's intel. 4th Shinobi World War Climax. Guy and Kakashi eventually leave the 3rd Division to join the original Naruto and Killer Bee in their fight with Tobi, arriving in time to stop Tobi from capturing Naruto. Guy frees Naruto from the coral that's restraining him, and they all attack the reincarnated Jinchuriki that Tobi is using as his 6 paths of pain. Tobi has 2 of the Jinchuriki enter Tailed Beast mode, following which the 4 Tails attempts to swallow Naruto. Guy and Kakashi want to help him, but must deal with the others first. While Kakashi deals with the Jinchuriki, Guy repels the 6 Tails' Wisdom Wolf Decay using Morning Peacock. Naruto, meanwhile, is able to escape the 4 Tails and release it from Tobi's control. Tobi forces the remaining Jinchuriki to also enter Tailed Beast modes, expecting to destroy Guy and the others before they can release another one of the Tailed Beasts. As 5 Tailed Beast balls bear down on them, Guy considers opening all 8 gates. It ends up not being necessary as Naruto, by entering his own Tailed Beast mode, deflects their attacks and subsequently frees them from Tobi. Tobi is forced to recall the Tailed Beasts into the demonic statue path, which he uses against Naruto, Bee, Kakashi, and Guy. Fighting continues into the night, with neither side emerging victorious. When a light descends on the reincarnated Jinchuriki, a sign that the Impure World reincarnation has been cancelled, Tobi takes drastic action and prematurely initiates the 10 Tails' revival. When they realize what Tobi's doing, Guy and the others focus on destroying the demonic statue before it can complete its metamorphosis into the 10 Tails. Tobi defends the demonic statue from all their attacks, and, as ever, is himself seemingly impervious to damage, with everything passing through him. After the exchange, Kakashi notices some slight damage to Tobi's mask, which he has a theory about. To test this, he has Guy and Naruto attack Tobi. Guy allows Tobi to absorb the Soul Shuka he's been using, creating an opening for Naruto to attack with a Rasengan. Tobi phases through this, but Kakashi uses his Kamui on the Rasengan, causing Tobi to take damage. This confirms Kakashi's theory that Tobi is also using Kamui and must therefore have the companion Sharingan to Kakashi's. Tobi confirms this, troubling both Kakashi and Guy because of what this may mean. Nevertheless, this information gives them a way of attacking Tobi, though Kakashi is so distracted in thought that he doesn't join in until Guy brings him back to his senses. Their combined efforts succeed in destroying Tobi's mask. When they see his face, Guy and Kakashi recognize Tobi as Obito Uchiha. Guy and, in particular, Kakashi are surprised that Tobi is Obito. Naruto doesn't know who Obito is, so Guy explains their history with him. Naruto notes that the past doesn't change the fact that Obito is now their enemy, which Guy agrees with and uses this to try to help Kakashi recover from the shock of seeing Obito. Obito is soon joined by a reincarnated Madara Uchiha, who decides to take Naruto's 9 Tails and Killer Bee's 8 Tails before the 10 Tails is revived. Guy helps defend them, entrusting Obito to Kakashi. But Madara is too formidable and Guy soon becomes tired. Madara tells them that the fighting against him is futile, which Naruto refuses to believe. Guy is moved by Naruto's confidence and attacks Madara with Daytime Tiger, propelling him away and leaving Guy no longer able to move. Naruto and the others team up to try and destroy the demonic statue, but they fail and the 10 Tails is revived. Bee carries Guy to Naruto, who takes him into his Tailed Beast mode to keep him safe while his chakra replenishes. Battle with the 10 Tails interrupts the process before Guy is fully restored, requiring that Kakashi support him. The 10 Tails attacks again, but they're saved by the arrival of the rest of the allied shinobi forces. Shizune trains the Ten Tails, Guy and Lee open the 5th gate in order to join the attack against it, but the Ten Tails breaks free at the last moment and repels them. When Neji is killed in the following battle, Lee mourns for him. Guy comforts him by telling him that Neji will live on so long as they continue to fight for the cause that he gave his life for. Naruto gives them version 1-like cloaks to protect them and strengthen their attacks, which they and the rest of the Alliance use to remove the Ten Tails from Obito and Madara's control. Birth of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Guy does what he can to contribute to the battle, but the prolonged fighting has left him exhausted and eventually Lee must help him walk, because Guy is an old man despite the fact that he believes he has a youthful spirit. Following Obito's defeat, they start slowly heading towards where the rest of the Alliance has engaged in another battle. Along the way, they notice the 5th Kazekage taking Naruto and Sakura in the opposite direction, towards where Obito was left in Kakashi's custody. Sensing something's wrong, Guy instructs Lee to head back, against Tenten's objections. They get back in time for Guy to save Kakashi from a truth-seeking ball fired from somebody Guy doesn't recognize, Madara Uchiha. Guy is surprised to learn that it's Madara's, whose appearance has changed now that he's the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Kakashi and the others explain that Madara is now impervious to all attacks except for Senjutsu and Taijutsu. Although the reincarnated 4th Hokage is technically able to use Senjutsu, he can't do so in his current state. Guy therefore decides it's his responsibility to fight Madara and opens the 7th gate. He attacks with Daytime Tiger, but Madara survives and Guy, weakened afterwards, must be saved from one of Madara's truth-seeking balls by Lee. With Guy's attack having failed, Kakashi decides that they stand no hope against Madara. Guy corrects him. He still has the 8 gates released for him. Kakashi and the 4th try to convince him not to, but Lee tearfully understands Guy's reasons. As he punctures his heart to open the 8th gate, Guy thinks about his father and reflects that his comrades are precious enough to him to give his life protecting them. Guy attacks Madara with Evening Elephant, but the pain he experiences forces him to stop after only the first step. When Madara returns, eager to see what Guy can do, Guy starts over, sequentially delivering the first 4 steps of the Evening Elephant to Madara. Kakashi and the others, aware that Guy has a time limit, team up to eliminate some of the truth-seeking balls that Madara is using to defend himself with. This allows Guy to hit Madara with the Evening Elephant's 5th step directly. Madara survives, and though he's blinded, he invites Guy to attack him again. Guy tries additional Evening Elephants that do gradually damage Madara, but with his life about to expire, Guy realizes he will need to use Night Guy if he hopes to end things. He charges at Madara and kicks him in the side, obliterating part of Madara's torso and shattering the bones in Guy's right leg. Guy succumbs to the use of all 8 gates and passes out. His body starts roasting from the inside and his damaged legs begin to crumble into ash. Madara's body regenerates from the damage it received, and he, as thanks to Guy for being such a great opponent, fires a truth-seeking ball at Guy to put him out of his misery. Naruto repels the truth-seeking ball and uses his new yin-yang release to stabilize Guy's life force. After attacking Madara, Naruto takes Guy to Lee and entrusts him to his care, assuring him that Guy will live. Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes. Despite Naruto's attempt to stop him, Madara is able to cast Infinite Tsukiyomi, trapping the still unconscious Guy and the rest of the world in a dream. Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha are eventually able to release the Infinite Tsukiyomi, thus freeing the world and ending the war. Because of the damage done to his leg in the final attack against Madara, Guy is confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Kakashi Hiden, Lightning in the Ice. A year after the end of the war, Konoha is hired to provide security for the maiden voyage of the Tobishachimaru. Guy, having always wanted to fly, has Lee sneak him aboard, threatening to stop being his teacher if Lee refused. When Kakashi catches him, Guy claims to have no interest in flying, and that he merely wants to demonstrate that he can continue to be a ninja despite his leg injury. Kakashi doesn't believe him, but lets him stay and finds a place for them to ride out the trip as stowaways. During the voyage, the Tobishachimaru is hijacked by the Ryuha Armament Alliance, who demand that Konoha release their leader from the blood prison. They'll start killing hostages if Konoha takes too long, and will blow up the Tobishachimaru if their demands aren't met. While Kakashi confronts the hijackers to try and rescue the hostages, Guy assists Kakashi's Ninken with locating the explosive tags spread around the Tobishachimaru. Once all the explosive tags are dealt with, Guy also confronts the hijackers, drawing Rahyo into battle. Even though his leg is in a cast, Guy remains as fast as ever, allowing him to evade Rahyo's ice-augmented physical attacks. He's even able to deliver some successful kicks, though he has difficulty disguising the pain it causes him. He brings out his Soshuga in order to engage Rahyo, but watching Soshuga's rapid swinging triggers his motion sickness. Rather than be debilitated by it, Guy turns into a fighting style he calls Seasickness Fist. While Rahyo struggles to hit Guy, Kakashi is meanwhile able to free himself from his restraints and fight Kahyo. Kahyo creates a large hole in the Tobishachimaru that starts sucking out the hostages. Kakashi catches Guy before he's sucked out too, but can't maintain his hold on the ship's hull. They and the hostages are saved by Sai, who takes Guy and the hostages to safety while Kakashi returns to the Tobishachimaru. Guy returns to Konoha and is summoned before Tsunade. He tries to come up with a plausible reason for why he was aboard the Tobishachimaru, but she doesn't believe him. She's forced to take a call from the third Tsuchikage before she can punish him, so she tells Guy to sketch the faces of the hijackers. A few months later, after Kakashi has become the sixth Hokage, Guy is training with Lee when he sees Kakashi reading a letter from Kahyo. Guy pretends disgust by their relationship, but states that he won't let it interfere with his duties as Kakashi's advisor. The last, Naruto the movie. When the moon starts threatening to crash into the earth, Guy stays by Kakashi's side as he organizes Konoha's defense. Konoha Hiden, the perfect day for a wedding. Guy is invited to Naruto's marriage to Hinata. He gets up early one morning to do laps around Konoha until he can think of what present to get them. He invites Lee to join them, but Lee's just done the exact same thing and failed to come up with anything to get for Naruto. Guy suggests that Lee try coming up with a gift for Hinata instead, while he thinks of a gift for Naruto. Lee thinks about Hinata's post-wedding life of childcare and housework. Guy thinks of Naruto's post-wedding life of home maintenance and carrying groceries. Both simultaneously conclude that they should buy dumbbells to prepare Naruto and Hinata for their lives ahead. Completely satisfied with this reasoning, Lee and Guy embrace in a long, tearful hug. On the day of the ceremony, Tenten instructs Lee and Guy about how they should behave at weddings. Guy later congratulates Naruto at the wedding with a thumbs up. New era. While no longer able to continue active duty as a ninja, but still wanting to help the new generation grow, Guy became a teacher at the academy, giving regular lectures and instructing students in taijutsu. Konoha Shinden, Steam Ninja Scrolls. On the day of the 5 Kage Summit in Konoha, Kakashi and Guy met up before departing from the village with their escort Mirai Sarutobi. Later, the group arrived
This video was made in collaboration needed to exact his revenge. His years of seeking vengeance and his actions that followed become increasingly demanding, irrational, and isolates him from others, leading him to be branded as an international criminal. After learning the truth of his brother's sacrifice, later proving instrumental in ending the Fourth Shinobi World War, and being happily redeemed by Naruto, Sasuke decides to return to Konoha and dedicate his life to help protect the village and its inhabitants, becoming referred to as the supporting Kage. Welcome to the Amagi. In today's video, we're going over the life of Sasuke Uchiha. Before we begin, we publish a new video every day, so be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. Background. Sasuke is the second and youngest son of Mikoto and Fugaku Uchiha. They named him after Sasuke Sarutobi in hopes that he would someday be just as strong of a shinobi. Sasuke grew up in the shadow of his older brother Itachi, a natural prodigy who many in the Uchiha clan in the village would constantly compare Sasuke and any of his accomplishments to. Sasuke himself adored Itachi, never passing up an opportunity to spend time with him. Although Itachi welcomed his company, letting Sasuke watch him train and taking him on adventures into the forest, Itachi in return rarely helped Sasuke himself become a better shinobi. When asked, he would often instead poke his forehead and promise to do so some other time. Sasuke found this but didn't allow it to blemish his high opinion of his brother. On entering the Konoha Ninja Academy, Sasuke proved to be the standout of his class, consistently getting top grades. However, he could never meet the same milestones Itachi had set, resulting in their father paying Sasuke little attention. Aware of this neglect, Itachi, despite being increasingly busy, tried to stand in for their father by giving Sasuke the recognition he craved, at times even blackmailing Fugaku to spend time with Sasuke. As time went on, Itachi started becoming distant with and cold towards him, culminating in a falling out with much of the Uchiha clan on their suspicion that he'd killed his best friend. Sasuke did not understand the reason for this, but he didn't mind the side effects. His father began taking an interest in his development. Fugaku taught Sasuke how to perform the Great Fireball technique, which he mastered in a week. Fugaku stated his pride in Sasuke for this accomplishment, but at the same time encouraged him not to follow in Itachi's footsteps. After a long day of training, Sasuke returned home one night to find the streets littered with the bodies of the Uchiha. He rushed home to notify his family of this Uchiha clan massacre, only to find Itachi standing over the bodies of their parents. Sasuke tried to solicit help and comfort from Itachi, who responded by using Tsukiyomi on him to torment him with visions of him murdering their family. Horrified by what Itachi had done, Sasuke pleaded for an explanation, to which Itachi replied that it was to test his own power. Fearful that he would be next, Sasuke tried to run. Itachi cornered him and explained that Sasuke, as he then was, would not be worth killing. Only by becoming stronger could prove a worthwhile challenge to Itachi's abilities. Before leaving, Itachi encouraged Sasuke to hate him, to desire revenge, and to gain power from that. Sasuke immediately followed through, pursuing Itachi and his newly awakened Sharingan to attack him. The attack failed and Sasuke passed out, but not before glimpsing Itachi crying. Sasuke would forget this had happened for many years. Sasuke, now one of the last surviving Uchiha, was alone. He spent the first few days after the massacre wandering his family's compound, reflecting on the people who were now gone, killed by Itachi. Sasuke decided to do what Itachi had instructed and dedicated his life to vengeance, having no other interest than bringing about Itachi's death. He threw himself into his studies at the academy, making no efforts to form friendships and ignoring all the girls' attempts to gain his affection. One of his classmates, Naruto, disliked Sasuke's cool personality and the attention he received, and developed a one-sided rivalry in his pursuit to prove himself just as good as, if not better than, Sasuke. For his part, Sasuke thought little of Naruto and was usually annoyed by his outbursts, but would at times secretly smile at how hard Naruto worked because of him. Ironically, for all the attention he received, Naruto was the only person among his peers who understood Sasuke due to the painful experiences he had. Personality. Sasuke was a happy child, eager to please and be worthy of his clan name. One of Sasuke's most significant bonds is the one he has with his older brother Itachi, who by merely being mentioned can elicit strong reactions from Sasuke's otherwise calm demeanor. Sasuke adored Itachi when he was a boy, enjoying his company above all others. As an infant, he would cry whenever he was held by someone besides Itachi, and would immediately be happy once held by his big brother again. When Itachi murdered the rest of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke was crushed not only by the loss of his family, but also by what Itachi had told him, that he had never loved Sasuke. Sasuke devotes years of his life to avenging their family by killing Itachi, which Itachi encourages whenever they meet. At the same time, however, he became determined to do so through his own means, including rejecting Itachi's instructions on obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan for power, simply to not give Itachi the satisfaction. With his new outlook, he became cold toward others, unmoved by and uninterested in what they do or think of him, choosing instead to keep to himself. He stopped using honorifics, something considered rude in the Japanese language. His only goal in life became to take revenge for his clan's deaths by any means, even if it meant acquiring power that wasn't his own. In his pursuit for power to take his revenge, whenever he meets new people, he makes an evaluation of their abilities. Those he perceives to be weaker than himself, he arrogantly disregards, giving them little attention so that they won't hold him back. Those he perceives as stronger, he fixates over and tries to surpass. As a member of Team 7, he was repeatedly exposed to Kakashi Hatake's philosophy that there is strength in teamwork. For a time, Sasuke accepts this, accepting it firsthand on several of Team 7's missions. He even became attached to his teammates and started to forget the vengeance he craved, achieving after so many years of happiness. However, between both the manipulations of Orochimaru and meeting Itachi again in Part 1, where he was and is utterly single-minded pursuit of power, leaving Konoha to focus solely on himself. Kakashi tried to help Sasuke realize the contradiction in his viewpoint. He's driven to gain power because he lost his family, yet sacrifices the family he still has, Team 7, in order to gain that power, which did have a profound impact on Sasuke, and would have turned him away from the path of darkness had he had not been influenced by the Sound 4. So focused on vengeance, he willingly accepted Orochimaru's offer of power, seeking out the Sannin to train Sasuke in all he knew, even allowing Orochimaru to experiment on him despite knowing the man was using him for his own gain. Ultimately, however, Sasuke decided that letting himself be used by Orochimaru would be a disgrace to his clan, turning on Orochimaru and acquires new teammates with abilities that could further his goals. Sasuke initially retrained his morals by setting a firm no-kill policy for himself and his team against those unrelated to his revenge, and openly expressing disgust at Orochimaru for his horrific experiments. In addition, despite becoming cold towards his old team, Sasuke did become attached to his new teammates, still subconsciously holding a notion of teamwork, comparing them to the bond he had with Team 7. After Itachi dies in battle, he learned that the hateful older brother that Itachi had seemed to be was all an act, and that, in truth, Sasuke was the most precious person to Itachi. His murder of the Uchiha clan was done on the instructions of Konoha in order to protect Sasuke. Sasuke becomes overwhelmed by this discovery and starts conspiring against Konoha and all its citizens for ruining his and Itachi's lives, knowing full well it isn't what Itachi would want him to do. As time passed after this and his hatred increased, Sasuke's fall to darkness steadily eroded much of the goodness he once had. He would without hesitation challenge and even slaughter any and all who stood in his way, left Jugo and Suigetsu without caring for their fates, essentially sacrificed Karn to strike down Danzo Shimura, and even tried to kill Team 7 when they impede or attempt to dissuade him from his objectives. He also allowed their goals align, but left them without comment when he no longer needs them. His abandonment of all his former loyalties and his criminal acts convinces former classmates that Sasuke is beyond salvation. Tobi determined that Sasuke was carrying the entirety of the Uchiha's hatred on his shoulders, and this caused Sasuke to gain an unwavering and twisted pride, deeming anyone who possessed his clan's abilities without being one of them as trash and imposters. He became increasingly irate and unstable in ways. After his final encounter with Itachi, between learning of Itachi's struggles in life and knowing that Itachi made the choice willingly to become the villain for the sake of peace, Sasuke is left uncertain about what course to take. From long contemplation, Sasuke came to a warped view of helping the world to ensure no further conflict between them. If a single individual, what Sasuke calls the true Hokage, is solely responsible for making the difficult decisions, killing and the like for the greater good, then everybody will be unified in their hatred of that individual. He volunteers himself for that responsibility and plans to eliminate what few friendships he still has to ensure no turning back. But Naruto, by refusing to give up on saving Sasuke from darkness, demonstrates that their friendship is too fundamental to who Sasuke is, and that it cannot or should not be broken. On coming to terms with this, Sasuke stops fighting the many bonds he's made and chooses to die so the curse of hatred would die along with him. However, after further convincing from Naruto, Sasuke chose to live to find redemption instead. Afterwards, Naruto returns Sasuke's forehead protector, which Sasuke keeps on him during his long travels as a symbol of their friendship before passing it on to Itachi. After the Fourth Shinobi World War, Sasuke began adopting some of Itachi's views. He decides to fight for Konoha's future so that Itachi's actions aren't made meaningless and bases his understanding of the Hokage around the decisions Itachi made. He also starts poking the foreheads of others as a sign of affection, something Itachi always used to do with him. While still not very open with his emotions, Sasuke became more committed to make connections with people. This included his former teammate, Sakura Haruno. While originally their relationship was mindless infatuation from Sakura for his good looks and indifference, not blunt irritation, over time, true respect. After Sasuke is by Naruto to let go of his hate, he sincerely apologizes to Sakura for how much he hurt her, to which she tearfully forgives him, allowing them to reconcile. They later maintain a long-distance relationship while he pursues his redemption. They later marry and have a daughter, Sarada. Sasuke still tends to be emotionally distant with his family for the sake of his duties, though he feels a strong connection to them when they are apart. As a father, Sasuke loves his daughter dearly and will go to great lengths to protect Sadara. While Sasuke is happy in his marriage to Sakura, he enjoys teasing her by declining to show her affection. At the same time, he regrets not having been a more attentive father to his daughter, having missed out on much of her childhood and by extension not knowing much about her, showing a noticeably unsure side when trying to be close with Sarada. During his time as a wanderer, Sasuke was a recluse, keeping contact with people to an absolute minimum, and maintained a strong sense of pride. He is willing to help the villages if their problems are beyond their expertise, but ignores their requests if facing insignificant issues. Stemming from his inspiration of Itachi protecting the Land of Fire from the shadows, he also sometimes acts independently on his own and helps the Five Nations, but does not even bother to interact with anyone during such instances if not needed. At the same time, he is willing to acknowledge significant events as he sent a note congratulating Naruto for his wedding. Acknowledging his mistakes and once free from hate and vengeance, Sasuke reverts back to the type of person he was prior to the massacre, being kind to others and displaying a sense of humor, but maintaining his aloof exterior. Although publicly regarded as a hero for his role in the war, Sasuke feels that his crimes and imperfections outweigh anything heroic he has ever done. Ashamed of his past actions, Sasuke referred to the person he used to be as an entirely different person when he told Boruto about his past actions, albeit without directly telling Boruto he was referring to himself. As an adult, Sasuke becomes wiser and more mature, as well as genuinely warmer and caring, though his tendency to appear deadpan remains. He does retain his habit of insulting others, though it is usually more comical than cold, and mostly aimed towards Naruto. He has also shown a degree of humility, openly admitting to his failings, particularly as a family man. Although he fulfills Itachi's wish for him to protect Konoha, doing this from the shadows and investigating the mysteries of Kaguya leave him unable to spend time with his family, to the point of even failing to recognize his daughter, Sarada. Regardless, he's protected by Sarada, and is very supportive of his goal to become Hokage and not end up like him. Even more, Sasuke loves his family dearly as he tries to spend time with them when he is able to come home, and expresses pride in his daughter's growth and achievements. At the same time, Sasuke retains some of the ruthlessness he had during his criminal days. Sasuke was initially hellbent on eliminating the clones of Shin Uchiha despite their visible fear and hesitation towards the end of their battle, and was only convinced of sparing them by Naruto, and when the notorious criminal Shojoji remained arrogant and fearless when interrogated by Sai Yamakana and Ibiki Morino, Sasuke revealing details about Kara, with Sasuke mentioning that despite changing his ways, he'd still retained his reputation of being unmerciful and brutal towards criminals. Did you enjoy our video? Be sure to check out these other great videos from the Amagi, and make sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos.
This video was made in collaboration with Narutopedia. For more information, The Life of Minato Namikaze from Naruto. Minato Namikaze was the 4th Hokage of Konohagakure. He was renowned all over the world as Konoha's Yellow Flash. He died during the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox's attack, sacrificing his life to seal a part of the Nine Tails into his newborn son, Naruto Uzumaki. Welcome to the Amagi. In today's video, we're going over the life of Minato Namikaze. Before we begin, we publish a new video every day, so make sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. Early life. Minato entered Konoha's academy with the dreaming of earning the villagers' respect and recognition by becoming Hokage. When Kushina Uzumaki moved to Konoha, she was placed in the same class as Minato. Minato was immediately drawn to her bright red hair, finding it beautiful. Minato was a natural prodigy as a ninja, the likes of which only appears once in a generation. When he was added to a genin team under the leadership of Jiraiya, Jiraiya took a special interest in Minato and took him on as his apprentice, teaching him many of his own signature abilities. In time, Minato's exceptional skills led Jiraiya to believe he might be the child of the prophecy, someone who would someday save the world. Years later, after they graduated and became ninja, Kushina was kidnapped by Kumogakure forces. Konoha mobilized its ninja to retrieve her, but only Minato noticed the strands of red hair Kushina left behind to mark their path. Minato, acting alone, rescued her from her captors. On their way back to Konoha, Minato confessed his admiration for her hair and her strength, causing Kushina, who had previously believed Minato unreliable and even girly, to fall in love with him. Konoha's yellow flag. Minato and Kushina were a couple from the time that he rescued her, and with his love, Kushina was able to keep the Nine Tails sealed within her at bay. They eventually married. From observing a tailed beast ball, Minato began a 3-year process of creating the Rasengan, the height of shape transformation. He would spend the rest of his life trying to combine it with his own nature. After proving himself an accomplished and responsible ninja, Minato was placed in charge of his own team, consisting of Rin Nohara, Obito Uchiha, and Kakashi Hatake. In the anime, the third Hokage gave Minato the special task of helping Kakashi overcome the bitterness caused by his father's death and remind him of the human element of being a ninja. Minato gave his team a bell test upon its formation in order to teach them the value of teamwork. Minato often held back less against the prodigious Kakashi than with Rin and Obito, so they couldn't obtain bells without teamwork. Unfortunately, Kakashi realized this, but only used Obito and Rin as a means to an end to obtain the bells. Nonetheless, he passed them because they accomplished the goal of the test by working as a team. Although he did encourage them to improve their teamwork afterwards, a message that Obito and Rin took to heart, but fell on deaf ears with Kakashi. When Konoha became involved in the Third Shinobi World War, Minato's obligations became split between training his students and helping the war effort. During a mission to Kusakakure to destroy the Kanabi Bridge, Minato transferred leadership of the mission to Kakashi, who had recently become a Jonin, while he headed to the front lines. He met up with the surviving and outnumbered Konoha ninja and single-handedly wiped out the opposing Iwagakure forces. In the anime, his victory in this battle against 1,000 ninja convinced the third Tsuchikage to accept a peace treaty. When he rendezvoused with his team afterwards, he found Kakashi and Rin surrounded by Iwanin, Obito already having been lost. He rescued them, helped them complete their original mission once they recovered, and returned to Konoha with them to mourn Obito. Minato's competing obligations would later repeat the tragedy of Obito's death. While he was away on another mission, Rin was kidnapped by Kiragakure and died during Kakashi's attempt to retrieve her. Minato encountered A of Kumogakure a number of times during the war. During their first meeting, Minato and A fought with their speed, with Minato proving the faster. He received orders to retreat before their competition could resolve, but he lingered to compliment A and his brother B, a Jinchuriki like Kushina. He encouraged A to take care of B and remember he was a person. A pursued Minato, so Minato moved against B, threatening to kill him if A didn't let him and his team go. Minato was confident he and A would someday meet as Kage. Fourth Hokage. For his performance during the war, Minato was chosen over Orochimaru to become the fourth Hokage. He taught the Flying Thunder God technique to the Hokage Guard platoon to better aid them in their duties of serving the Hokage at any given time. In the anime, he also tried to help Kakashi, now an Anbu, emerge from the darkness he'd fallen into after Obito and Rin's deaths. During the gradual transfer of responsibilities from the third Hokage to him, the third advised Minato to restore Kakashi's value of life by tasking him with protecting Kushina during her pregnancy. As a Jinchuriki, the strain of childbirth would weaken the seal keeping the Nine Tails sealed into Kushina. For that reason, special precautions had to be taken. The child would secretly be delivered in a remote location outside the village, with barriers around the area and several Anbu guards as extra protection. Minato was not greatly worried about the birth, and in fact gave Kakashi the day off in gratitude for his good work. He and Kushina had already decided on a name for their son, Naruto, after the main character of Jiraiya's first book, hoping that their Naruto would be just as determined as the character, and thus its author. Jiraiya tried to convince them to make a different choice, since that would make him Naruto's godfather, but they insisted that this was a good thing. Naruto was born on the night of October 10th. Only moments after the birth, Minato began making preparation to restore the Nine Tails' weakened seal, but he was interrupted by the arrival of a masked man, otherwise known as Tobi. Tobi killed the Anbu guards and midwives and took the newborn Naruto hostage, threatening to kill him if Minato didn't back away from Kushina. Minato immediately took Naruto back from him, yet discovered explosive tags had been placed on Naruto. Minato was forced to teleport away to keep Naruto from harm, allowing Tobi to escape with Kushina. He found a safe place for Naruto and teleported to Kushina in time to save her from being killed by the Nine Tails, extracted from her body by Tobi. He reunited mother and son before heading out to protect the village. Minato returned to the village in the early stages of the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, arriving just in time to teleport away a tailed beast ball before it destroyed the Hokage rock. He attempted to reach the third Hokage so he could inform him of what happened, but was interrupted by Tobi, who tried to warp him away. Minato reacted in time to escape, but Tobi pursued him. Because Tobi was controlling the Nine Tails' actions, defeating him was of prime importance in order to save Konoha. Minato initially struggled to successfully strike him, but after several failed attacks, he finally hit him with a Rasengan and branded him with a Flying Thunder God seal, allowing him to teleport to Tobi whenever he wanted. Then he used a contract seal on Tobi to release the Nine Tails from his control, forcing him to flee. No longer being controlled, the Nine Tails began retreating from the village, though it continued to attack the Konoha ninja that pursued it. As it prepared another tailed beast ball, Minato once again arrived in time to stop it, this time by dropping Gamabunta on top of it. He had Gamabunta keep it restrained while he gathered the chakra needed to transport the Nine Tails to Naruto and Kushina's location, the farthest from the village he could get. Kushina restrained it and erected a barrier so that it couldn't escape when they decided what to do. Already dying from the Nine Tails removal, Kushina offered to have it sealed back into her so it would die with her. Minato rejected this, believing the Nine Tails' power would be needed in the future if and when Tobi struck again. Remembering Jiraiya's words about the child of the prophecy, Minato decided to believe that Naruto was that child and that he would someday save the world. To prepare Naruto for this, Minato would make Naruto the Nine Tails' new Jinchuriki so he could make use of its strength. Because the Nine Tails chakra was too immense to seal into an infant, Minato used the Dead Demon Consuming Seal to cut its chakra in half, sealing the yin half in himself. Realizing what they were planning, the Nine Tails tried to kill Naruto, but Minato and Kushina used themselves as shields. With his last ounce of strength, Minato summoned Garatora, gave him the key to the seal he would use on Naruto, and sent him to Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Kushina told Naruto how much his parents loved him, which Minato seconded. He sealed the Nine Tails yang half into Naruto, weaving Kushina's chakra into the seal that she could someday assist Naruto with learning to control the Nine Tails and its chakra. He mingled in some of his own chakra too, programming to activate if the seal was ever about to break so that he could restore it. Seeing the third Hokage nearby, Minato communicated to him a final request for the villagers of Konoha: to think of Naruto as a hero and not the container of the monster that caused so much death and destruction. With that, his soul was consumed by the Shinigami, ending Minato's life. Pain's assault. During his fight with Pain, Naruto is nearly tempted by the Nine Tails to remove its seal. This activates the safeguard Minato placed on the seal, causing his imprint to appear within Naruto's subconscious and stop him. Minato says that he isn't happy to see the Nine Tails again, but at the same time admits that its actions have allowed him to see his son. Naruto picks up on this, and never having known his parents' identities, is overjoyed to meet his father. The Nine Tails keeps threatening to kill Minato while they talk, so he and Naruto relocate. Naruto is angry that his own father would seal the Nine Tails within him and punches Minato out of frustration, which he understands and apologizes to Naruto for. He quickly gets over it, noting that as the son of the fourth Hokage, he can handle it. Minato's time with Naruto is limited, so he does a quick rundown of the things he has already observed through Naruto. That Pain has destroyed Konoha and killed Jiraiya. Despite what he's done, Minato suggests that Pain is only a symptom of the Shinobi system, and that he's being taken advantage of by Tobi. Naruto is overwhelmed, unsure if he could forgive Pain or do anything to stop the cycle of hatred that produced it, but Minato responds that he has faith in Naruto. He restores the Nine Tails seal before disappearing. Power. In the anime, when Naruto nearly loses control after his clone absorbs the Nine Tails chakra, Minato appears before him again to restore the seal. Once again, Minato voices his confidence in his son and his ability to overcome any adversity. The Fourth Shinobi World War. Climax. At the request of Sasuke Uchiha, Orochimaru releases the souls for the first four Hokage from the stomach of the Shinigami so he can reincarnate them. After taking in their surroundings, the first and second Hokage are excited to meet Minato, the fourth, and take him as a sign of the village's prosperity. Minato says he does not know since he died before the third Hokage did. When Sasuke talks to the first Hokage, Minato detects Naruto's chakra and is glad to sense that he has gained full control of the Nine Tails. From listening to the 4 Hokage, Sasuke decides to side against Tobi and Madara Uchiha in the ongoing 4th Shinobi World War. The Hokage are allowed to help as well, and they set out for the site of the allied shinobi forces' battle with the Ten Tails. Minato, eager to see Naruto, arrives first, just in time to warp away the Ten Tails Beast Ball, saving Naruto and the allies. He introduces himself to Sakura Haruno and asks if she's Naruto's girlfriend. Sakura becomes angry and hits Naruto due to his answer, reminding Minato of Kushina. When the other Hokage arrive, they jointly erect a barrier to confine the Ten Tails. Sometime later, Tobi appears above the Ten Tails and begins reviving Madara, which the Alliance focuses its efforts on preventing. Minato cannot leave his position or the barrier will fall, so he sends a Shadow Clone to help. Because Tobi is still branded with the Flying Thunder God seal from their last encounter, the Shadow Clone is able to teleport to him and strike him down. It's only after he attacks that he realizes Tobi is his old student, Obito Uchiha. The attack ends up coming too late, and Obito seals the Ten Tails into himself, becoming his Jinchuriki. After Obito destroys the barrier, the first and second engage him to determine his new abilities, leaving Minato to get everyone else to a safe distance. Birth of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Minato joins the offensive against Obito. He can no longer teleport directly to Obito because the Flying Thunder God seal has disappeared from his body, so he must engage him directly. Just before they clash, Obito, having just now struggled to control the Ten Tails' power, finally masters it and strikes at Minato. He severs Minato's right arm and plants a truth-seeking ball on him, which Tobirama teleports away before it detonates. Minato, the second, Naruto, and Sasuke coordinate their effort to attack Obito with Flying Thunder God mutually instantaneous revolving technique, but Obito emerges without damage. What's more, Minato's arm is not regenerated, indicating that Obito's truth-seeking balls can nullify the advantages of the Impure World reincarnation. Obito traps the Alliance in his own barrier and prepares to destroy them all with a barrage of tailed beast balls. With little time to act, Naruto forms a plan. He and Minato link their respective Kurama's chakra, which teleports in all of the allied forces that Naruto had shared its chakra with, and lets Minato teleport them all out of the barrier. Minato is very impressed by Naruto's quick thinking and says he wishes he had more of a chance to talk to him. Naruto explains there's no difference between Kushina and her and everything. Minato is moved to tears crying. Having learned that Obito is susceptible to Senjutsu, Minato prepares for an assault while Naruto enters Sage Mode. They both then enter Tailed Beast Mode and attack the combined Sengon, breaking Obito's defense and forcing him to manifest the Ten Tails tree form. They evade the tree's roots, but Minato's chakra levels are severely depleted. He is forced to keep his distance and watch as Naruto leads the allied shinobi in another assault against Obito. When the Alliance starts to strip the tailed beast from Obito's body, Minato helps Naruto pull the fragments of Kurama's chakra Obito's taken, and ultimately, they succeed. Obito is unable to move after his defeat, and Kakashi moves in to kill him. Minato stops him, having sensed Obito's change of heart while he was removing Kurama's chakra. While Naruto and the allies leave to confront Madara, Minato and Kakashi stay with Obito. Obito reflects on his actions and decides he's done terrible things, which he wants to make amends for by using the Samsara of Heavenly Light technique to revive those he's killed. While he is forming the hand seals, Black Zetsu emerges from the ground and takes control of his body. Minato and Kakashi are confused, so Obito explains he has been forced to revive Madara instead. Black Zetsu also tries to take Obito's Rinnegan to deliver to Madara. Minato and Kakashi move to stop it, but can't do anything without harming Obito. Before Black Zetsu assumes full control of his body, Obito pleads with Minato and Kakashi to destroy the Rinnegan at any cost. Right before Minato can attack, Yin Kurama alerts him to Naruto's loss of Yang Kurama. He is soon brought to Minato's side, with Sakura performing emergency life support and Gaara explaining that the only chance of saving Naruto's life is if he's given Yin Kurama. Just as Minato starts the transfer, Black Zetsu intercepts him and takes Yin Kurama for itself. Madara arrives immediately afterwards, now the Ten Tails' new Jinchuriki, and intent on taking Obito's Rinnegan. Minato enters Sage Mode and attacks him alongside Kakashi. They are easily repelled and Minato loses his other arm. Before Madara can take what he wants, Obito reasserts control of his body and with some help from Kakashi escapes with Naruto and Sakura using Kamui. Might Guy arrives, ready to give his life to defeat Madara. With his energy and arms gone, Minato can do very little to help directly, but at least he can give Guy an opening. He instructs Rock Lee to throw one of his Flying Thunder God kunai at Madara's truth-seeking balls, which Minato teleports in order to catch several and escape with them. allowing Guy to initiate his assault. Minato, meanwhile, teleports to the Hokage Rock where he remains with the inert truth-seeking balls. He later witnesses the others' failure when the infinite Tsukiyomi is cast and Konoha's villagers are entwined by the god, nativity of a world of trees. He attempts to cut some people from the tree, but has no success as another branch simply forms and imprisons them again. Kaguya Otsutsuki strikes. Minato returns to the battlefield and reunites with the other Hokage, the only ones unaffected by the infinite Tsukiyomi. As they try to figure out what they can do to help, the four Hokage are met by the spirit of the Sage of the Six Paths, who recruits their help. Combining efforts with the spirits of the other deceased Kage, they summon Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Sakura, Madara, and the tailed beasts back from Kaguya's dimension. Minato congratulates Naruto on finally ending the war and wishes him a happy 17th birthday. Happy with his son's prospects for the future, Minato and the other Kage are returned to the afterlife by the Sage of Six Paths, with Minato silently promising to tell Kushina everything that had occurred. Legacy. After Minato died, the third Hokage reported to the villagers Minato's last request that Naruto be regarded as a hero. Very few were able to separate their hatred of the Ninetales from Naruto, prompting the third to forbid anyone from speaking of the Ninetales, hoping that the younger generation would not blindly hate Naruto as the rest of the villagers did. He had also concealed Naruto's relation to Minato in order to keep him safe from his potential enemies, and otherwise did his best to give Naruto a comfortable life. For years, Naruto did not know of his parents' identities, neither did most of Konoha. Even when he was not aware of his relation to Minato, Naruto still greatly admired the fourth Hokage, considering him a hero who gave his life for the village, and becoming overjoyed whenever their similarities were remarked upon. Before Naruto left Konoha to begin his training with Jiraiya, he looked at the fourth Hokage's face on the Hokage Rock and asked him to look after him. After learning that Minato was his father, Naruto took pride in it and felt it was his responsibility to make his parents' sacrifices worth it. With Minato's death, the third was forced to resume his position as Hokage, a role he filled until his death, never being able to find a replacement of Minato's caliber. Minato himself became regarded as the village's hero and indeed one of the greatest ninja Konoha had ever produced. So much so that villagers would regret his death whenever tragedy struck the village. Because Minato was never able to tell anyone what happened during the Ninetales attack, villagers came to their own conclusion and the Uchiha were suspected of the act, creating ill will that would culminate in the Uchiha clan downfall. Jiraiya recognized that Minato would not have sealed the Ninetales into his own son unless he had a good reason, and that Minato intended Naruto to gain control of the Ninetales, but he could never conclude why. After the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War, his student, Kakashi Hatake, became the 6th Hokage, and his son, Naruto, became the 7th Hokage. Several years after the war, Minato had 2 grandchildren, both who inherited his prodigious talent. Did you enjoy our video? Make sure to check out these other great videos from the Amagi, and make sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our...
If you're running an e-commerce business, you have to check out Origi. It's the analytics tool.
This video was made in collaboration. He was given the name B, and A stated they would be brothers from that day on. Since the age of 5, B has been best friends with Motoe, whom he'd always greeted with a fist bump. After A's cousin, the Jinchuriki of Gyuki, lost control and killed Motoe's father along with 7 other ninja on that day, B was chosen as the next Jinchuriki. Soon afterwards, B suffered from similar prejudices against Jinchuriki, not too different from that the villagers of Konohagakure and Sunagakure had against Naruto, Uzumaki, and Gaara respectively. However, he kept smiling and pushed himself to be the best Jinchuriki that he could be, so his brother wouldn't be politically hurt as the 4th Raikage. After his father's death, Motoe tried to kill B, believing that B's death would also kill Gyuki and avenge his late father, but B disarmed him easily, and despite the attempt on his life, bore him no ill will, which led Motoe not to speak to B for 30 years out of shame. B would later train with his brother on an island in the Land of Lightning, where there he would find the Falls of Truth. There he learned how to control Gyuki in an amazingly short period of time. Sometime after this training, B, alongside A and other Kumo shinobi, confronted Minato Namikaze and his small squad. When Minato moved to counter A's attack, B used a tentacle to push A out of the way, causing shock to the Konoha shinobi that he was Gyuki's Jinchuriki. The two from this encounter, Minato would come to have much respect for B and his abilities. Minato even stated that B acted as a true shinobi killer, thus giving him the title of Killer. Sometime since then, much like Naruto, B had become beloved in Kumo as the village's hero, or as Motoe called him, the hero of heroes. When A became the Raikage, he forbade B from fully transforming into the Eight Tails and restricted him from leaving the village, saying instead that he would become the guardian of the village and attack from within its walls, to protect him from meeting the same fate as his adoptive father. Sometime later, when B learned from pestering Darui that Konoha and Suna were hosting together in impromptu Chunin exams, B saw this as an opportunity to give a show for the attendees. A, however, anticipated his young brother's actions and had Darui and C stop him. Pain's assault. While leaving the Valley of Clouds and Lightning after training, B was confronted by Taka. He was immediately attacked by Suigetsu, whose sword B took and used to overpower Jugo. Sasuke Uchiha then stepped in and used his own sword to take back Suigetsu's. Impressed, B brought out his 7 swords and attacked Sasuke, his unorthodox fighting style preventing Sasuke from tracking his movements with his Sharingan. Sasuke tried to gain the upper hand by channeling lightning with his sword, but B did the same with one of his swords, removing the advantage, and plunged the other 6 into Sasuke's torso, dealing him a critical wound. Before he could finish off Sasuke, Suigetsu and Jugo came to his defense while Karin retreated with Sasuke and healed him. B was able to damage Suigetsu's sword, but Taka was also able to force him back. Sasuke was healed by Karin and the fight continued. B became bored with the fight and tried to leave, but was tracked by Karin. With escape not an option, B entered his version 1 form and attacked Taka. Taka was able to elude him and Sasuke caught him in a genjutsu, which Gyuki helped B break out of, allowing B to hit the unaware Sasuke with a lightning release lariat, blasting a hole in Sasuke's chest, again mortally wounding him. Deciding to finish things off, B fully transformed into his tailed beast. Then he fired a tailed beast ball, which Suigetsu was able to protect the rest of Taka from by using himself as a shield. Sasuke, specially healed by Jugo, used Amaterasu on B. B rampaged in pain and almost crushed Karin with one of his tentacles. Sasuke severed the tentacle and B used the opportunity to escape and fake his capture by substituting the severed tentacle and leaving behind a decoy. Taka were unaware of this and delivered B to the Akatsuki, while the real B left the village to go on vacation. While later trying to extract Yuki from this B's body, Akatsuki discovered that it was a fake. 5 Kage Summit. Free from his confinement to Kumagakure, B sought out Sabu to advance his music career. In the midst of training, B was found by Kisame Hoshigaki, who tracked his powerful chakra with his Samehada. While Sabu attacked him, B struck from behind with one of his lightning-imbued swords. Not only was Kisame able to block their attacks with Samehada, but B's lightning disappeared when it makes contact. B entered a version 1 form and attempts to headbutt him, but his chakra shroud disappeared too. Sabu realized that Samehada was absorbing B's chakra. B entered a 7-tailed version 1 form and attacked Kisame again, but Samehada absorbed most of his chakra. Upon realizing that Samehada could only absorb 6 tails at a time, B entered a version 2 form and created chakra bones to use a more powerful lightning release lariat. Kisame was badly damaged and Samehada was only able to absorb his version 2 chakra, returning B to a version 1 form. Samehada used the chakra it absorbed from B to heal Kisame, who quickly merged with Samehada and created a dome of water around them. B tried to get Sabu and Ponta out of the dome before they drowned, but the water dome moved with Kisame. B drew Kisame away from Sabu and Ponta in order to force him to release them and pursue B. Once they were free, B confronted him, only for Kisame to render all of B's counter-effects ineffective and slowly absorb his chakra all the while. When B lost consciousness, Kisame dissipated the water dome. To prevent V from escaping, Kisame tried to cut off his legs with Samehada. However, Samehada had grown fond of B's tailed beast chakra during the battle and betrayed Kisame. In addition to not letting him harm B, it transferred some of the chakra it stole back to him. Kisame kicked it away and tried to cut off B's legs with one of B's own swords, but the Raikage and his bodyguards were able to stop him, having noticed Kisame's water dome. Samehada continued to replenish B's reserves, allowing B and A to perform lightning release double lariat to decapitate Kisame. A then reprimanded B for running away from the village. When they returned to Kumagakure, B now carrying Samehada, they were greeted by the villagers at the main gate. B's students, Omoe and Karui, asked about Samehada. They and B were unaware that Kisame, having faked his death, was hiding inside Samehada to gather intel on Kumo and the Shinobi Alliance during the meetings B later attended, and didn't pay attention to. 4th Shinobi World War Countdown. Shortly before the 4th Shinobi World War began, the Alliance decided to send the remaining Jinchuriki to Kumagakure's island Turtle to hide. B arrived there first, allowing him to defend fellow Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki from the island's giant squid when he arrived. Shortly after this, Naruto approached B to help gaining control of the Nine Tails. B refused, having noticed an evil within Naruto, and also due to Naruto accidentally insulting his rap. Later, when the squid attacked Motoi, B came to his aid. After the squid was subdued, Motoi asked B why he saved him, despite surely knowing about Motoi's earlier attempt to his life. B's reaction was to act like it had never happened and did not hesitate to reconcile with him. After observing the reunion between B and Motoi, Naruto was able to overcome his inner hatred. With it vanquished, B took him to the secret temple behind the Falls of Truth to allow him to battle the Nine Tails for control of its chakra. When Naruto first opened the seal and released the Nine Tails, B tried to help him contain it. His abilities were limited while in Naruto's subconscious, and he was only able to block a tailed beast ball from the Nine Tails before being knocked out of the fight. Naruto eventually emerged victorious and communicated all that he went through to B with a fist bump. Naruto then demonstrated his new control of the Nine Tails, allowing him to expose Kisame's presence. Kisame fled with Samehada and B pursued him. Samehada tried to return to B, allowing Kisame an opportunity to absorb his chakra. When he recovered, B flung Might Guy after Kisame. Guy was able to capture him, but Kisame committed suicide to prevent the group from interrogating him. They tried to check the intel Kisame had with him, only to be imprisoned while a shark swam away with the intel. B tried to catch the shark after he freed himself, but was unsuccessful. Fearing an imminent Akatsuki attack, the island's animal population was moved indoors. Because Naruto was not allowed to know about the ongoing war, B helped keep Naruto distracted while the other members of the group fought the Akatsuki outside. Fourth Shinobi World War, Confrontation. To keep Naruto occupied, B started helping him gain control of his new Nine Tails chakra mode, first by having him use his chakra arms to stack blocks in a perfect column. When Naruto mastered this, they moved on to transforming into the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails would not cooperate with Naruto on this, leaving him unable to use the tailed beast ball. They instead decided to see how Nine Tails chakra affected them. Naruto began with his Rasengan, which B recognized as being based on the tailed beast ball. B encouraged him to focus on mastering this in this new form. During training, Naruto sent some of the Nine Tails chakra elsewhere. B tried to convince him that it was nothing, determined to keep Naruto in the training room so he couldn't find out about the war. He nevertheless let Naruto leave to go to the bathroom, unaware that it was a lie from Naruto. When Naruto didn't return, B went looking for him, but instead found Iruka Umino, Naruto having found out about the war, and headed off to try and stop it. Iruka requested that B protect Naruto, and after recognizing Iruka as a positive influence from fist-bumping with Naruto, B agreed, and went after Naruto. When the Eight Tails protested, B reminded him that they were still training, and stated that real-world experience would always be faster than training. He caught up to Naruto, and the two teamed up to break through the self-repairing barrier to escape from the island. They then headed to the battlefield. When en route, they were intercepted by A and the 5th Hokage. B stated that he thought Tsunade was attractive. B tried to convince his brother to let them pass, promising to keep Naruto safe from Akatsuki. A was not convinced by his words, and when Naruto promised to use force to escape, the Raikage threatened to kill him. B blocks the latter's attack and informed his brother that he must be willing to kill both of them. A claimed to have no problem with this, but B, unbelieving, bumped fists with him to remind him of all they had been through together. B further stated that since A became the Raikage, he had failed to see B's development in strength and had therefore underestimated him. Still unconvinced, both he and Naruto tried to combat him, but struggled doing so as A manages to fight them off. B and A later simultaneously hit each other with respective lightning release lariats, with B overpowering his brother. B explained how he overpowered A with his lightning release lariat. His true strength, along with Naruto's, came from the people that believed in them, not just the beasts inside of them. A eventually pushed B out of the way and activated his lightning release armor again, seemingly intending to kill Naruto. Naruto dodged A, who revealed that he had attacked in order to test Naruto. Impressed, he and the Hokage let them pass. While en route with Naruto, the two encountered Itachi Uchiha and Nagato. As the battle commenced suddenly with Itachi being forced to use fire release Great Fireball technique, B used Samehada to slice through the attack, effectively saving both him and Naruto, although Samehada was unhappy about being used to cut through hot flames. As Itachi appeared behind B suddenly and used the fire release Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson technique, B countered with his transformed arm. B then used a tentacle to grab Itachi, but only for him to disappear in a flurry of crows. As Itachi told B not to look into his eyes, Gyuki broke B out of the genjutsu that he had already been caught in. He then charged Itachi using his 7 swords. Itachi retreated onto Nagato's summoned bird. As Itachi activates his Mangekyo Sharingan, B tries to stop him by throwing his sword, but it was repelled by Nagato. As a result of the Sharingan use, Itachi activated a crow he had stored in Naruto earlier, which was able to free him from Kabuto's control. Itachi, now on Naruto and B's side, explained to Naruto and B why the crow had a Mangekyo Sharingan and how he got it. Nagato, after recovering from Itachi's attack and being completely controlled by Kabuto, snuck behind them with his chameleon summon and used Shinra Tensei to attack Killer B and Naruto. Nagato appeared behind B and tried to attack him, but B went into his version 2 transformation and countered Nagato's attack with a lightning release lariat. Nagato used the Predapath's ability to absorb B's chakra, causing him to regain a youthful appearance. Seeing Naruto in dire straits with his own soul being removed, B moved to attack Nagato. Nagato, sharing vision with his own chameleon summon and the King of Hell, intercepted B by using his Asura Path abilities. Before Nagato could fatally injure B and remove Naruto's soul, they were rescued by Itachi's Susanoo. As Nagato used Kibaku Tensei in an effort to trap them, Itachi told them to attack the center of the sphere in an attempt to dispel the technique. With a combined force of B's Tailed Beast Ball, Itachi's Yasuka Magatama, and Naruto's Wind Release Wrestling Shuriken, the sphere was dispelled. B watched on as Itachi's Sword of Totsuka began to seal Nagato, who passes on his final words to Naruto before passing on into the afterlife. After Itachi claims that he will stop the summoning in Pure World Reincarnation technique, B voiced his doubts and recalled that they're not able to kill the reincarnated ninja, just seal them away. Itachi reminded them again that no matter how infallible a technique may seem, it always had a weak point. As Naruto stated that he would end the war and attempted to create shadow clones, he reverted to his normal self, having used up too much of the Nine Tails' chakra. After Itachi told Naruto not to try and shoulder everything himself, B told him that he'd made a promise to Iruka to protect him. B was later scolded by Gyuki for taking too long to urinate and for letting Naruto go ahead of them. While Naruto's clone contacts them mentally, wanting help for fighting the reincarnated Third Raikage, he asked B to let them speak to Gyuki, which B refused while urinating. However, the clone still got to speak to the beast because he could overhear mentally. Later in the anime, B was met by Motoi on orders by A to aid B. Soon afterwards, they were met by the surprise appearance of the reincarnated Blue B. To their further surprise, Blue B still possessed the ability to access Gyuki's Demon Cloak and enter version 2 mode. Caught off guard by this, the controlled Blue B launched a tailed beast ball at them. Samehara, however, acted first and consumed the blast. B then entered version 2 and clashed with his predecessor. Not understanding how this was possible, Gyuki asked Blue B how he could still use the demon's power. Blue B explained that his sudden rampage from 30 years ago was in fact orchestrated by Orochimaru, who harvested some of Gyuki's severed horn during the chaos. Blue B also explained that said genetic material was used as a medium to recreate Gyuki's power. Seeing that Blue B's demon powers and immortal body were too much for him to handle alone, B decided to retreat. Motoi tried to help, only to be defeated quickly. Seeing Motoi in trouble, B quickly counterattacked to save his childhood friend. Shocked that B had actually found true friends who accept him for who and what he is, Blue B realized that B had in fact found what Blue B could not to become a fully realized Jinchuriki. Happy to see that B had found his own happiness and succeeded where he could not, Blue B was able to break the summoning contract and return to the afterlife. Fourth Shinobi World War, Climax. After catching up to Naruto, the two Jinchuriki ran into Tobi with his 6 Paths of Pain. After a short skirmish with the other Jinchuriki and conversing with Gyuki about the Jinchuriki and Yukito's fate, B inquired about the other Madara that Naruto was speaking of. Looking on, smiling as Naruto told Tobi that it wasn't all bad living with a tailed beast inside them, he declared that he would go first before staring in shock as the other Jinchuriki began their tailed beast transformations. Shocked that they still had their tailed beast skills, B attacked Fu head-on nonetheless. After she dodged several of his and Samehara's attacks, Naruto informed him of the shared field of vision that the 6 Paths of Pain possessed using the Rinnegan. Catching Naruto, B fled the vicinity after seeing Yugito unleash her mouse hairball technique. Clashing with her while escaping, he was able to land a somewhat shallow attack on her that immediately began repairing. The opportunity, however, allowed B to see where Tobi had implanted the black receivers in his 6 paths. After Naruto's attempt to destroy the receivers in Oroshi's chest was thwarted, B agreed with Gyuki that the forest was much too much of a hindrance for them and transformed into Gyuki to level the entire forest. B immediately moved to seal the revived Jinchuriki with his octopus hold technique, but it was unsuccessful as Tobi caused the Jinchuriki to enter version 2-like states. As they began counterattacking, B and Naruto tried to fend them off, but began feeling the pressures of fighting 6 powerful opponents. B was attacked by a fully transformed Han, who gored him with his horns and sent him flying, seemingly knocking him unconscious. After B came to, he asked Gyuki if it was alright, to which it replied that they were both wounded. After Tobi lost total control over the Five Tails and restrained it with a chakra chain, B attempted to crush him within Gyuki's fist, but Tobi simply slipped through it. As the Five Tails was being subdued, B and the Eight Tails asked Naruto if he had also heard Five Tails' voice, and the Eight Tails then lamented that seeing other tailed beasts treated that way naturally annoyed the rest of them. While Gyuki and the Nine Tails were talking telepathically, Naruto suggested allow them to strike Tobi. B urged Naruto not to, as he would die due to the Nine Tails sucking away his chakra. However, Gyuki revealed that the Nine Tails had seemingly stopped doing this for some time now due to Naruto's stable condition after using so much of the beast's chakra. B was later informed that Naruto managed to escape Son Goku's stomach using Shadow Claws. After Naruto successfully removed the black receiver, B watched on with shock as the beast was resealed into the demonic statue of the outer path in the blink of an eye. As Naruto rallies, telling the beast and B to get ready, it told him Naruto actually support because he was still unable to transform into Nine Tails. After Naruto told them it would be fine because they were a pair of duos, he wondered whether Kurama had finally come around. As the battle began, to B's astonishment, Naruto assumed the form of his tailed beast before joining the fray. During Naruto's attack, Gyuki stopped the Three Tails from attacking him and also repelled another attack from the Five Tails. After the Three Tails freed itself from Gyuki's tentacles, it watched on as the Five Beasts prepared a collaborative tailed beast ball, and Naruto prepared to negate the attack with one of his own. As Gyuki wondered if Naruto would be able to do it, B told it that he almost did during his training, but he was sure that Naruto would be able to do it now. As the two tailed beast balls collided, B grabbed Roshi's body and protects himself from the after effects of the attack as he noted that Naruto hit the base of the other attack, allowing it to fly into the air. He later congratulated Naruto on freeing the other beast before advancing behind Naruto, Gaia, and Kakashi, prepared to fight Tobi directly. Later, as Naruto mocked Tobi with the information he had just learned, B looked on smirking. After the Jinchuriki's corpses are enveloped in a life source as the impure world reincarnation technique is released, B told Naruto that they had to pick up the pace to compete with Itachi's contribution. He's later seen mobilized beside Naruto, Kakashi, and Guy as they prepare to assault Tobi and the demonic statue of the Outer Path. While the shinobi regroup and discuss the gash in Tobi's mask, B uses the opportunity to attack the statue. Moving in with a punch, he declared that the statue was wide open. However, this attack was deflected by Tobi's Uchiha Flame Formation barrier, which burned his hand. Telling Naruto that he was okay, B prepared to launch the strategy that Kakashi had developed. Holding all the shinobi in his hands, B threw the trio towards Tobi. When they regroup after Tobi's arm is hit by a seemingly